and it's done, man. It's time to come together and change the culture. Let's do the little things right. Let's not worry about what the school board says. You do what you've been coached to do. You do it. Don't worry about everything else. Do your job to 100% because your brother next to you means more than the name on the back of your jersey. You come in our house, you get hit in the mouth. You come in our house, you earn it. Respect ain't given, respect is taken, and we take it tonight.
It's prime time, baby. It's prime time, baby. It's prime time, baby.
Test, test, test.
1, 2, 3. All right, coaches and players, if you don't mind, just state your name.
Test one, check 1 2, check 1 2.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, who we got our live streamers right here? 24 and Jacobs Media. When we get between schools, are y'all gonna go to a commercial or what are you gonna do? I know you will, Jim. How long of about? Because we basically have 5 minutes worked in between each school to get the school, one school off, the other one up there, that sort of thing. And usually Jim's got some spots he runs, and then he'll do a countdown when we come back. So we just didn't want to come back when you're still at commercial break, but you let me know when we get ready to come back. We'll look at both of y'all and say, are we ready? Is that okay, Jim? Yeah, I'm not ready. Okay. You need audio? Is the light okay on me, Jim? Can y'all see me okay? That's the main thing. We're going to get started here in just a second. Yeah, you go ahead. For other media members, we've had an audible in our program. And can you hear it okay? After Anniston, we're going to slide in Jacksonville High School, and then we're going to go back in order after that. Check, 1, 2, check. Check. Check, check. Check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. How's that? A little bit better? Can you hear me in the back? Everybody in the back hear me okay? Is it too loud?
Yeah, they're good. They're good.
Okay.
We can hear you just fine.
Okay. Yeah, one little bit of announcement to the media here. We really appreciate the questions. In the last year or two, sometimes it may be down to the last maybe 2 or 3 guys asking the questions. But if you're here today and you're a member of the media, number one, we appreciate you being here. But we want you to ask questions to the players and the coach. And we've got 2 cordless mics. We want you to ask the question into the mic so it goes through the audio box so those that are live streaming, you can hear the question and then hear the answer, okay? So we appreciate you being here, but if you have a question, raise your hand and we will get to you. For the media guys, one other side note, we will have lunch prepared for you. We have a lunch break scheduled because of a change up here. I don't know how we're going to get to that. We'll do our best, but even if you have to go between schools and go over across the hall and fix you a plate and bring it back, you're welcome to do that. But we want you to enjoy lunch on us and as our way of saying thank you for being here today. Hamburger steak, cream potatoes, green beans, cobbler, just some good old country food. Let me know. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Calhoun County Quarterback Club's High School Football Media Day here at the Anniston Country Club. My name is Danny Shears, and it's an honor to serve on the board of directors of the Quarterback Club, and we're very excited about today, our 5th annual Media Day. We've got action-packed all day up until about 3 p.m. with all football-playing schools. All 13 schools in Calhoun County will be represented here today with their head football coach and 2 of their players that they've brought. There's so many people to thank for this happening. Number one, we'd like to thank our players and coaches for coming today. We'd like to thank especially our media partners throughout this county and around Calhoun County and even further out that cover high school football week in and week out. And without you guys, whether it's print media, digital media, video, whatever it is, we appreciate all the support you give to the young people playing football in this county. And also, we'd like to thank the Anniston Country Club for our gracious host again this year. They provide a great venue for us to meet, and everything that we have here today, if we need it, we just ask Sandra, and she gets it for us, or Stephen Driggers, the director here, president of the Anniston Country Club. So we thank them for making this possible. We're going to get started, but before we do, I'll introduce, for some opening remarks, our captain this year for the 2023 Quarterback Club season, Mr. Kevin Gibson.
Thank you, Danny. Good morning, everybody. First of all, to echo Danny, thank you all for being here and for the positive attention you bring to these players, schools, and coaches. This club exists with the sole purpose of giving back to these players through a $5,000 scholarship. We give out typically 3 each year. Last year, we were fortunate enough to give 4, and that wouldn't be possible without each of you and your continued support. As always, as Danny said, we want to be very grateful and thankful for the Anniston Country Club. They're such gracious hosts, and they allow us to have our weekly meetings here in this media day, and we're so thankful for them. We couldn't do it without them for allowing us to host this event. I want to thank our board members. I'm happy to serve as captain again this year. Danny Shears, Matt Whitaker, Rob Svensson, Joe Dyer, David Woodard, Don Whitlow, Doug Odell, and Sean Dukes. These guys have worked very hard to put not only this media day together, but our speaker lineup that we're looking forward to showing you guys. We're excited for this media day. This is our 5th year to kick off the 2023 season. This is year 77 for this club. Our board's worked hard to put this together, and we're looking forward to getting it going. With that being said, let's get started and welcome our first school. We'd now like to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 2023 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Anniston Bulldogs. Anniston competes in Class 4A Region 4. The head coach of the Bulldogs is Rico Jackson. Today, Coach Jackson has brought with him wide receiver and defensive back Jaden Lewis and offensive and defensive lineman Colin Wanzart. Coach Jackson, we'll start with your opening comments.
Number one, I'm just happy to be here. I'm excited to be at Anniston. I'm excited to compete in this tough region. I am, I guess you can say, a football savant as far as history and tradition, and Anniston has a ton of history and tradition, and I'm just blessed to be a part of it. I want to thank my superintendent, Dr. Hill, and also my principal, Mr. Philip Posey, for giving me the opportunity to lead Anniston, and hopefully this year compete for a state championship.
Let's open it up to questions. Raise your hand. We will get a microphone to you.
Rico, when we talked at the 7-on-7, you said it was kind of eye-opening, the kinds of athletes that are around here in Calhoun County. Can you expand on that a little bit? And was there anything else in these first months that's been particularly eye-opening about this job?
I tell everyone that I thought I coached pretty much everywhere in the state. I've been in Mobile, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa area, and I've been bouncing around a lot. Never really delved in East Alabama. I've had brothers that have coached, kin people that have coached in East Alabama, and I've heard of, of course, Anniston and Jacksonville and a lot of Oxford and a lot of schools that are around. But I think that what stood out to me was not only their athletic ability, but their ability to process information quickly. Our kids in Anniston, they understand football. And that, to me, that resonates loudly from just them, their passion, their caring about the sport, their, I guess you could say, their complete interest in the sport. So athletically, I mean, from all the schools in this county, this is when you start talking about college football, they go to certain places. They go to Mobile, they go to Birmingham, they go up 43, and now I see why they come to East Alabama. It's definitely underrated and undervalued, and I feel like a part of my job is to continue to promote us in this area as far as the athletes.
Questions? Mr. Medley has another question.
To Jaden and Colin, what's different about Coach Jackson compared to what you were used to?
Well, I would say we're a lot more knowledgeable than last year, and we understand a lot more about football and just being a better man. And I think that's the difference between him and Coach White.
A lot of things have changed, and it helped a lot when we had a coach that came in and actually wanted to focus on helping us and wanted to get the team rallied back together and make a chance to go to the state championship this year.
Coach, welcome to the area, and I just wanted to ask you a little bit because you come in here new and you have a chance to revamp your coaching staff. Give us an idea of who some of your coaches are that are new and maybe some of the old ones you retained.
So normally when I go in, we all meet. We meet multiple times, and I always let the guys that are there have an opportunity to stay if they would like to stay. But I set certain parameters for them to stay. I've brought in Sheldon Ward. He's my offensive coordinator, and we, as far as the staff-wise, we try to bond as much as we can as far as bouncing knowledge off each other. Just like last week we went to the summer conference, we had a coaches retreat. So I feel like if we're together, the team's going to be together. We need to know, everybody needs to know their role and how to expand their role and how to be the best at their role. And so we have a close-knit group. I trust them. I feel like they trust me, and I think that's important moving forward.
Hey, this is for Coach and Colin. Can you talk about, just give us a little bit about the offensive line and who are some guys that we can kind of look forward to step up this season? Offensive
line-wise, we had to revamp a lot, but I'm really excited about them. We're not as big as they were last year, but we're gritty. And I say that, Colin's 6'3", 260. So we do have size. Gregory Fagans, he's playing our right guard. He's about 5'11", about 250. One of our strongest kids on the team. He's gritty. We call him Big Q, Q Elston. He's going to play both ways. He plays our left tackle. He's about 5'11", about 250. He's gritty. We have a ninth grader that we think ultimately is going to be another Power 5 kid in Sharante Bailey. He's about 6'4", about 280, athletic, can move. So it's many more. Andrew Nelson is going to be our center. He's about 5'11", 230. So we have good size, but I like the grit that we have. Schematically, we do a bunch of different things, but we can move. And me personally, I like linemen that can move and are physical. I like size too, but I like us schematically schematically that they can move and where we're at offensive line wise.
Hey guys, back here. Of course, Jaden and Colin, you guys have been chosen to come here with Coach, so I'm assuming that puts you guys as the leaders on this team. Would you share with us a little bit about what your thoughts are as you got all these guys around you and what's progressing in Anniston and how that goes and what's going through your mind as you're trying to lead these guys that are coming up and doing that kind of thing?
Well, I would say it's an honor to be here, and I'm very glad that Coach picked me to come and support and for the team. But I would say what's going through my mind right now is, like I said, it's really just an honor to be here. And the team, getting the team around me, and just the leadership that I can, provide for the team, that's really helpful.
Yeah, like what Jaden said, it means a lot to be here. It's very much of an honor. But being one of the leaders on this team has made me realize a lot to where you gotta really come together, and that's where it comes together, and that's where you're gonna end up being a great football team.
Question here for all three of you. Coach, you may not be aware, but there's a long-standing, long tradition of rivalry games between Anniston and Welborn, and close-knit next-door communities, school systems, and especially with the guys. For the players, this is for you. Do you have any friends or cousins or anybody that plays for Welborn you're looking forward to that first ball game?
That's for any of us? Yeah. Not that I know of. I'm just ready to play.
No, I'm not really from around here, so I don't really got no family around here.
Well, it'll be a packed house, I promise you, whenever you play the Welborn Panthers. Got a question right here.
Coach, what are your first impressions of this region? Obviously, you got you guys, Hanley and Jacksonville, which have kind of separated themselves from the rest of the pack. You got a really good Montford team, and then Cleveland County and White Plains. Just talk about this tough region. You've played in a tough region before in Mobile and 4A Region 1. What's your first impressions of this 4A region?
It rivals that 4A Region 1 when I would say when I was in Atmore, when we were in 4A. I really don't. I guess you can say every team we play is the Dallas Cowboys. So I really don't separate Jacksonville from White Plains and Heflin from Mumford. I mean, they're all going to be well coached. They're all going to play hard. So we take one game at a time. We really don't look at the region as a whole. I'm not one of the coaches that go through the roster and go win, win, win. I don't do that. Right now, we're completely focused on Walter Wellborn. I mean, like, I'm completely immersed in them right now. So we take one game at a time and we move forward that way.
I have a question for Head Coach Rico. What goals have you set for you in general for helping your players achieve their goal, as well as your coaching staff? And also a follow-up question for Jaden. What have you learned from your coach to help you achieve to what you want to in doing football?
First, I just want to maximize their potential, whatever that may be. It could be academically, it could be athletically. Goal for the team is simple: it's state championship.
Can you say that follow-up question one more time?
What have you? Thank you. What have you learned from your coach and helping you achieve what you wanted to in football?
Really just be myself, and like we had to talk yesterday about my leadership, and I feel like that plays a big part in my characteristics. But really just being a better man, waking up in the morning with a great attitude, thanking God that I'm in the position I'm in. Weight training, conditioning, and just, everything.
We got time for about 2 more questions. Joe Medley.
Rico, multi-part question here. How many do you have on the roster? What starters do you have returning? And then also, how has Gavin Doss, what's he brought you at quarterback, and what does that allow Jaden to do with Gavin coming in?
Right now, we have about 60 on the roster. We're between 55 and 60. That's 9 through 12. We don't have a ton of ninth graders, though. I would guess it's about 10 to 12. Defensively, we have 7 guys coming back. But that it's hard to quantify that because a lot of guys that played, I don't count those guys in the 7 that are coming back. Offensively, we have about 4 coming back. But once again, it was a ton of kids that played, but they weren't necessarily starters. Gavin came to us, I think at the beginning of the summer. He has been instrumental for us athletically, but not just athletically, mentally. He's real stable. He doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low, and he's really cerebral. He wants to understand and know what we're doing. I mean, 3.9 GPA. He's been offered by Navy already. He doesn't have a ceiling. I mean, while I'm sitting here talking, Troy just texted me. I think he ran a 4.56 at Troy, or maybe he's asking me a 4.56. I don't know. He just put 4. I'm gonna call him when we leave. So step down. But just him being stable at that position, and now it frees Jaden up to do more things. Well, we put him at wide receiver, quarterback, wildcat, running back, wherever. He's going to have to be accounted for, and not just him, the other kids as well. So I feel good at our quarterback position. We're actually trying to find – I look in the future as well, so now we're working with some of our young kids for that future quarterback because these 2 guys are seniors. So we're actively pushing that position.
Coach and players, we wish you all the best this season. We'll be following you. Coach Jackson, if you'd like to give us your closing thoughts, please.
Yes, this is an awesome event. This is I've been in major cities. How organized and structured this is one of the best media days I think I've been a part of. Not knocking those guys, but I appreciate that, and I know that these young men appreciate it, and we just really appreciate media and what you guys do for high school football. We're ever changing. This thing is changing quickly, and with you guys' support, we can keep going in a direction number up. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck to the Anniston Bulldogs. Next up in 5 minutes, Jacksonville Golden Eagles.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Okay,
brand new turf, new 8-lane competition track, new visitors bleachers, bathrooms, fencing, even a putting green. And so, there's a lot going on out there, but we're excited about that. As far as affecting our speed or whatever, I mean, these guys could probably, talk more about that than I can. But it just seems like, every week now we're on turf just about, all the time each year. So we're excited about that and excited to play on it for the first time.
Coach Smith, we look around the county at coaches, and somehow overnight you became one of the dean of the coaches because, like all of us, you're getting older, but you've hung in there. What year is this now for you in high school coaching, head coach?
This is year 22 for me.
22.
Yep.
What's your level of excitement going into this year based on the success of the last 3 years at Jacksonville High School? I would think it's pretty good, but, as we get older, we tend to think you try to be even keel. But tell us how excited you are about this group of young men you got.
Well, we feel like we've got a good group. Going into the season, it's kind of one of the smaller senior classes that we've had. We've got about 12 seniors. We've really got some big numbers in our 9th and 10th grade classes. But we're excited about the potential of this group. They've, Kedrick and Jim and several other of our seniors have started for 4 years for us. They've been around our program. They've come through our program all the way from junior high through varsity. So they know the expectations. They know what we expect. And, we're excited about the possibilities of this season. We feel like we have a chance to have a good football team as long as we keep doing what we're doing. But they've worked really hard this summer. We've had a lot of good competitions, and so going into it, we're very optimistic. And this region is extremely tough, and we understand that. Our kids understand that. But we're going to go, and we're going to go to work Monday and try to do the best we can.
This question's for you players. Now, Coach Smith been there a long time. You probably known him a long time. Just give us a window about how intense is he? What do you guys rely on? Do you rely on your position coaches? Is he more non-hands-on? Or just give us, you guys take a minute and just tell us what it's like being under him for these years.
One thing about Coach Smith, he going to make sure you're okay. He going to make sure you're hydrated. He going to make sure you're doing what you need to do at night so you can perform in the morning or whatever the case may be. But
speak into that microphone so we can hear you. You're kind of soft-spoken anyway. Get on up in it.
Do I need to repeat it?
Yeah. Talk on into the microphone so the folks in the back can hear you.
But yeah, Coach Smith is just going to make sure you're doing what you need to do. And he going to let you know if you're not, so that's that.
Yes, and no matter what situation you're in, he will crack a joke with you every day. And it'll be the corniest joke you've ever heard, but he will crack a dad joke with you every single day.
I'm very fortunate. I've got a great staff, they've been with me a long time, and we work extremely well together, and I think we complement each other really well. We've all got our strengths and weaknesses, and I think that's part of the reason we've had some success is just being able to lean on those strengths and weaknesses of our staff over the years. And they're right. Football is a hard sport to play. It's tough. It's 100 degrees in the first few months. It's 30 degrees at the end. And so I try to keep it upbeat and as fun as I can for these guys. And we have a lot of good times. And they're not corny jokes at all.
Jim, since you went there, what's some of your favorite dad jokes that he's told? And then also, I wanted both players to talk about the turf too.
I don't know if I can remember some of them. That's how bad they were. But yeah, about the turf, I mean, it's beautiful. It's a blessing for us to be able to have that. To me personally, it really don't make much of a difference. I don't tend to run a whole lot, so that'd be a better question for him over there.
For me, it just feels better, like under my feet. When I make a cut or if I need to change direction, it just feels better. It's just no slipping, no sliding.
For Jim and Kedrick, you guys have been playing together for a long time. Can you just talk about the connection that you guys share and how it feels to go into the senior year with each other?
I think what we have is really special. Me and Kedrick been pretty close for way before football, 5th, 6th elementary school. And it leads on and off the field. Our connection on the field, most of the time that comes from us off the field, hanging out, just, throwing, hanging out, having fun. But I think it's special, and it'll be fun to go one last time with him.
Yeah, for us, really, our fun is just going and throwing the ball sometimes. And, like, when we're on the field, it's not even it don't even feel like we in the game. It feel like we just two friends just throwing the ball. I mean, it's just automatic sometimes.
Got a question up front. Go ahead.
This is for Coach. Given that this is considered one of the hottest summers that we have, what are some of the precautions that you've taken to make sure your players have staying hydrated and cool and everything's going good at practice?
Well, you know, during the preseason, I guess, before school starts, you know, we try to go either in the mornings or late in the afternoons. That helps a little bit. You know, of course, having water stations, having breaks, giving plenty of things like that, having the ice tubs up at the practice field in case anybody needs it. And so, you know, it's one of those things where they have to get acclimated to it. And, you know, we'll be probably a week before these guys come into school, and then that's when we'll start at 3 o'clock every day, which will be really hot. But, you know, we've got a really good trainer, Coach Pat, that takes care of us. He keeps up with the heat index and just all the things that we need to know just to make sure they're as safe as they can.
Coach, right here, obviously it's week by week. You got Boaz to start, but you got Oxford coming into town week 10. You mentioned getting new seating. My first question is, are you going to be able to fit everybody in that stadium when that game rolls around? And the second one is, can we come use the putting green whenever we want?
Well, the first question's, I hope we can't. I hope the crowds, I hope it overruns us. But we did get new visitors bleachers, which, you know, should accommodate, you know, the teams that we play. And that's a big deal. As you know, the visitors bleachers were pretty small, you know, coming into this year, but we were able to renovate those, so we feel good about that. But as far as the putting green, look, anytime, you know, I just hope I don't have a hard time on Sundays getting my coaches coming in and watch film. They're out there putting.
Coach and players, with the success you've had in the last few years in football, and then throw on top of that the state championships in basketball, talk about a little bit of the hallway atmosphere and just around campus. I would assume it's a pretty good time to be at Jacksonville High School. And from a teacher standpoint, administration standpoint, we've heard, you know, for many, many years, when you're successful on the court or on the field, it kind of elevates everything in the classroom. Would you see that to be true right now?
Yes, I think going to school, just when you're doing good in sports, no matter what sport it is, gives you a little extra motivation, extra excitement at school, because at the end of the day, you got that to look forward to. And I think everybody, especially during football season, everybody enjoys it. The pep rallies, it just makes it more special when you're being successful in those sports.
For me, just winning in basketball, it just kind of make you hungry, because, I don't know, maybe I'm greedy, but I want to win in football too, so that's just me.
That'd be special, wouldn't it? Coach, your sentiments on that?
It makes the, you know, it makes the school year start out, you know, really good when you're able to win some, and a lot of excitement in the hallways and in the community. It just makes that first semester really good. And, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, the success that these guys have and the work that they put in, I think it just really does a lot with our community. And when we go travel on the road, our community, you know, shows up. There's a lot of times we have just as many, if not more, than the home crowd. And so over the past, you know, really the past 12 years, you know, our crowds have really been good. They travel, they support, and, you know, they show a lot of love for these guys.
Question right here, Joe.
Jim, does your haircut indicate that you've switched your allegiance from Troy to one of the service academies?
No, that was a last-minute decision. One of our old linemen is going to be a sophomore. He told me he could give me a haircut, and me being the genius I am, I let him do it. And I quickly realized that was a mistake, so I just had to get rid of it all.
Is that Ben?
Huh?
Ben?
No, it was not. He's too smart for that.
All right, as we begin to wrap it up, any other questions? Yes, right here.
This is for the players. What kind of mark do you want to leave on Jacksonville High School as you get ready to, you know, graduate and move on?
I want to be the player that brought a championship to football. I want to just leave a mark there, and at Jacksonville, when people say my name, I want them to remember and know good things about it.
Yeah, like you said, of course, winning a championship, but I think it'd be pretty special for like the young kids in elementary school coming up to be like, I want to be like him, not just on the field, but off the field, like going back to Little League practices, all that type of stuff. I think that'd be pretty special.
Coach, real quick, as far as each teams we know all teams are different. What is one thing about this team that really you like as a coach that you've seen in the offseason?
Well, I think we've competed really well this summer with the 7-on-7s, and our linemen went to a camp, and so, I've seen really good things with that. I like this senior class from the standpoint of they bring a lot of experience. A lot of these guys are 4-year starters, 3-year starters, and just about all of them, like I said earlier, have come up through our program, and they know the expectations that we have. They know our goals that we have. And it means a lot to them, and especially this senior class, it means a lot to go out how they want to go out, and that's to have as a successful season as we can.
Clint, obviously one of the biggest question marks is the offensive line after the graduation losses. Who steps up there, and how's that looking?
Well, we are replacing those guys up front, but, the thing about them is they work really hard, and they're very scrappy, they're gritty. And I really think, we are more experienced at the skills positions than we are up front. And, I know that as the season goes on, as the more experience that they get, that they will get better and better. And so they're bought in, they're working hard, whether it's in the weight room or on the practice field. I'm excited about this group. Ben Pridgeon, Braden Ball, Drake Lee, Garrick Strain, some of those guys that are going to be stepping into starting roles for the first time, but like I said, they've come up through our program. They've been there. They've had guys in front of them, and they understand that it's their turn to go out and perform. And so we know that they'll get up there and do their job. And I'm looking for really good things, especially as like I said, the more experience and the further along in the season that we get.
All right, Jacksonville High School, looking for great things from y'all this fall. Coach, just wrap it up. Give us your closing thoughts.
Well, we're just appreciative, like I said, for you guys being here. We look forward to working with you throughout the season. Like I said, we start practice Monday, and we play Boaz on the 25th as our first game at Boaz. So we're excited about that and ready to get to rolling.
Very good. Best of luck to y'all. Thank you, Jacksonville High School. Next up on the stage, Pleasant Valley Raiders, coming up in 5 minutes.
Hello everyone, Tony Russell, General Manager of Sonny King Ford. And boy, do we have unbelievable markdown on used cars that you do not want to miss. It's time to make the best deal on a used car. Shop our wide selection of used trucks and premium pre-owned models. Don't wait another day. Come by and see me, Tony Russell, and let's make a custom deal for you. Find great savings on pre-owned used cars at Sonny King Ford on the sunny side of the street, Anniston, Oxford.
So y'all been talking for 6 months now?
Yes, this is my soulmate. I'm so excited.
Well, we're about to go find out.
Why are we at a cemetery?
Well, it seems like you've been drug fished. You've been talking to fentanyl this whole time. I'm so sorry.
Second Chance, serving Calhoun, Cleburne, Etowah, and Talladega counties. Second Chance provides safe shelter and supportive services for domestic and dating violence victims and offers educational outreach to residents of the communities served, empowering victims in their recovery and the public towards intervention in these crimes. If you or someone you know is in an abusive relationship, please have them call and see if we can help. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, ladies, welcome back. We'd like to now welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 2023 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Pleasant Valley Raiders. Pleasant Valley competes in 2A Region 6. The head coach of the Raiders is Jonathan Nix. Today, Coach Nix has brought with him running back / wide receiver Holt Bentley and linebacker Samuel Duncan. Coach Nix, we will start with your opening comments, please, sir.
I'd just like to start with just to thank y'all for hosting this event. I know this is year 5, and the players, coaches, and everybody look forward to this time of year because, you know, after this, you know, the real practices get to start and then the game's that much closer. So just excited to be here to brag on our school and our football program and everything that we've been doing with these players and how these players have been leading the right way and, you know, kind of how it started from week 10 after the Weaver game, how a group of seniors got together and just everything is going a different direction, I feel like. Just real excited.
All right, we'll start with questions and remind the players and the coach to speak into the microphone so the people watching the live stream can pick it up. Joe Medley, we'll start with you.
Jonathan, can you just give us a breakdown of what you have returning and kind of who you expect to step into roles where you lost people?
Definitely. You know, so excited about up front. We might possibly have some kids up front that started 10 ball games that will not start week 1. So depth is a good thing up front, especially on D-line. On O-line, we have four out of 5 offensive linemen back. So we're rotating in 3 guys right now that are kind of battling for that one tackle position. So, and that's a good thing for us because normally, you know, you're real excited about your ones, but then sometimes you can get in trouble with your depth. And I think last year was a big deal with that. We had some key seniors that one of them came back for 4 ball games and one of them came back for 3 ball games where they got hurt either in spring or at a JSU camp in the summer. And, I mean, one of them came back 3 games and had, you know, 30-something tackles in 3 games. But the games that he was out, we had younger kids that were stepping in those roles. So those kids got 7 games under their belt last year. And so just real excited about both sides, about the returning starters that we do have. Which we had some really good senior leadership last year, but there was also some underclassmen that really led. And so this year we only have 6 seniors, but the 6 seniors are all leading the correct way. And so we're still a relatively young team, but the energy right now, as far as competition-wise, is the best I've seen since I've been there.
We've got a question here for Holt and Samuel right here in the middle. Talk a little bit about leadership. Obviously, you guys being here today means that you're, in your coach's eyes, leaders. And talk about, do you lead by mainly example, or are you a vocal leader when it comes to encouraging your teammates to be there for every single summer workout when you know some of them maybe are not and they're supposed to be? Talk about how hard that is sometimes when you have to approach friends about stepping up. Start with you, Samuel.
Well, it's an experience. I'm definitely, you asked if we were example or vocal. My first few years, I started in 10th grade playing varsity football. I started on D-line and definitely
lead by example?
Yes, sir. I see a few players now, like, look up to me. It's like, man, like, I want to be like that. Don't, like, run the mouth. I mean, there's no point in that. So do what your job is, and that'll show other people.
That's a good response. What about you, Holt?
Well, I mean, coming into this, I mean, this is only my 2nd year. Last year was my 1st year, and I had some good leadership to look up to last year. And I'd like to lead by example and to lead in general. But coming into it, our quarterback, Braxton Saucer, he helped me out a lot last year with everything. And that helped me lead by example this year, just teaching me knowledge-wise. Everything he knows is really, really above level.
Okay, Coach, talk about why these 2 are with you today.
Yeah, and one thing that I see that's different on leadership is each year, and especially this group, these kids really get pure joy out of seeing another teammate on their team do good. And sometimes that's a hard deal, especially when you're sitting here competing for a starting spot and your teammate's doing better than you, and you see that, hey, he's doing better than me, he might take my spot. Well, they're not getting mad, they're getting competitive with it, and there's a difference of that. And so that's, to me, is what I've seen the biggest difference of how our team's growing. And, kind of the reason that I brought Samuel, Samuel led our defense last year in tackles. I think he had around 110 tackles. But as soon as the season was over, Samuel and Coach Preston sat down, and they did all their missed tackles. And he figured out, hey, I'd have had somewhere around 150 tackles if I could have just wrapped up, if I could have just finished. So he didn't look at what he did good. He looked at what he needs to improve on. He said, I'm going to develop a plan where I'm not missing these tackles. What was the reason for me missing this tackle? And now how can I take that and improve with it next year? And Samuel's done that. So I look forward to him to be around the ball every snap. Holt Bentley, Holt, this is only his second year playing. And Holt, I picked him just for pure work ethic. Early in the season, Braxton Salster, we had an 8th grade quarterback that started 10 ball games. Every week that kid got better. He is one of there's 2 kids that our team, we just got through a team camp this past week, and that was 36 hours together. And at the end of it, we asked the kids, who's the 2 toughest kids on our team? Whether it's mental or whether it's physical, but you define toughness and there's no right or wrong. And I thought it was neat that the team rallied around 2 kids that they say that these are our 2 toughest kids. And one of them was Braxton Salster, and the other was Gray Knight. But Braxton and Holt started week 2 after practice each day throwing routes. When practice was over and everybody's walking in, we have one coach that stays on the field that we rotate, and you don't come off the field till every kid comes off the field. And Holt and Braxton will be the last 2 up there throwing pass routes to each other. Well, the Gaston game got down to the wire at the end of the game where we're in a 3rd and 8, 3rd and 10 situation, and if we don't convert this, we possibly lose the game because there's only like 2 minutes or so. Braxton rolls out, and guess who he connects with? Holt. Holt has to adjust to make that catch, but to me that's a great example of sometimes the fight is won way before the lights are turned on. So all those weeks in a row of those kids staying up there paid off. And so to me, that's what gets me excited as a coach, is seeing a kid work hard when it's their free time. I mean, they could have easily went in that locker room, got dressed, and be one of the first ones to leave. But what it started was Braxton and Holt staying. And then next week, it was this one staying. Next week, Samuel's got a crew up there doing some extra tackling. So to me, that defines it, because nowadays there's so many things that's trying to steal these kids' time. And so if you can get them devoted to their teammate and you can get them devoted to doing extra, then you're way ahead of the game.
Well said. Question, Joe?
Jonathan, are those new helmets this year, new look, and kind of what's the inspiration for that?
Oh, really excited about the helmets, and the kids are excited about it. And so to start with, we just wanted a little change, and so we tried to go back and we pulled up the annual from the time that the school started. And so there's a lot of times that you can get in controversy about, hey, what's the school's colors, what's this and that. But there's one thing that's common, is PV. Everybody knows Pleasant Valley is PV. And so we wanted that to be the staple on the side, because nobody argues about the PV. Okay, you might have some that come through that their primary color was red. Some that come through their primary color was a Columbia blue. But we wanted to try to make, and it's hard, just like Saban said, if you want to make everybody happy, sell ice cream. And we're not trying to make everybody happy, but this right here is everything that Pleasant Valley's about. We went with a red face mask for more of a branding process. When that helmet hits somebody, we want it to mean something. And so the kids kind of got into this, and we met together as a whole, and just real excited about the helmet.
Coach, you lost 2 games by 1 possession to 2 playoff teams in your region. Just talk about this region this year and how Pleasant Valley can finally get over the hump and get in the playoffs.
Yeah, appreciate you bringing that up. We talked about that on the way down, and the thing about these 2 leaders here is they're not looking at the games they won last year. They look at the games that they lost, and I can tell when there's a good leader when one of them says, "You know what, Coach? We had 8 opportunities in the Locust Fork ball game to finish that game, and that's what we got to sell to the team." how do we make the most of our opportunities and finish? And, in the Southeastern's the other one I'm sure you're talking about, and then Spring Garden was one possession. But the Southeastern game, they come in 8-0 and we lose 7-0, and we had every opportunity in the world on that right there to finish, but just couldn't finish. And so I do think that the ability to finish things is hard to teach nowadays. And so the kids are doing better and better with that. Like the ability to finish through that little 2-day camp that we just had. They checked in Tuesday morning at 7 o'clock, and they did not finish until Wednesday afternoon at 6. Each accountability team was given a schedule. We didn't say you had to be at this point at this time. It was up to the players to lead to get each one of them that. We had 2 different practices. We had an OTA with White Plains and Ohatchee. We went to the aquatic center for a swimming workout, and then they had to come back after that and finish with their last practice. So I think that we're trying everything we can to make sure that the kids are able to finish. And they did a good job with it.
Final question down front here.
This is for the 2 players. What do you think that there's something this year that y'all have acquired or improved that you think that will take you to the next level that y'all didn't have from last year?
I think leadership. Last year's group of seniors that came through, Zeke Curvin, Zane Cash, Dalton Haynes, Dason Vick, Luke Kramer, they really showed us how to lead and step up. So I think that's going to bump off to our crew that is now seniors and make us have to step up and lead.
I mean, I think coming back into this, we didn't lose a whole lot. We have a whole lot of starters coming in and a whole lot of good prospects coming in. And coming into it, I mean, we all kind of know what we're doing now, all have an idea of what we're doing and how to get the job done. And if we can just get that narrowed down, we'll have a lot more wins this year.
All right, we're excited about the PV, Pleasant Valley Raiders, this fall, playing in that 2A region. Coach, give us your final thoughts as we close it out with you.
Yeah, I just love Samuel's answer, how he talked about senior leadership from last year. There's been so many teams or so many kids that I brought that they might want to take a shot at last year's seniors. And I think that says a lot about these 2 kids, that they want to brag on last year's seniors and how they led the right way. So it's all a building block process. And so that, to me, says that these 2 kids care about the people around them as much as they do themselves. And so I think the more that we have that, we have a tight-knit coaching staff. For the first time since I've been there, we're getting to retain coaches, and it's the same staff back to back. We do have a couple of new coaches on staff with Coach Preston being gone. But, the great thing about this one with Coach Preston being gone on military leave is it's in Huntsville. So he'll still be able to be there every Friday night and on Sunday breakdowns. And so just the kids seeing that the coaches are close, we hang out outside of football, that bleeds into our players being close too. And so the more unity that you're pouring in, the more results that'll come. So just excited about this team. Can't wait to get started, and appreciate you guys for everything y'all do. I know this is year 5, and each year it gets better and better, and I just appreciate y'all giving us the opportunity to brag on our school.
Very good. Coach Nix, you and those players enjoyed lunch on us, and we're so thankful you came and joined us today. Good luck this fall.
Thank you.
Next up, Weaver Bearcats.
If you're the family with kids playing sports and the parents that are running 2 ways at once, then a Team 1 Chevy is perfect for your team. Baseball, softball, and soccer families can travel in all-American style with a new Chevy from Team 1. Bank on the best deal, a great selection, and the perfect vehicle for your all-American team.
Interest rates as low as 1.9% and no payments for 90 days when you finance with GM Financial.
Home of the best people, the best service, period.
There's a special place where overtime gives way to family time, where fast pace becomes a little slower lifestyle. At Campers Unlimited, we can help get you there, where your lake house, beach house, or tailgate headquarters can have the same address. We carry the top brands in America like Grand Design and Forest River. With a large selection, we're sure to have a floor plan that fits your needs. So when you're ready to disconnect in order to reconnect, take the easy drive to Campers Unlimited on Interstate 59 in Gadsden or shop us online at campersunlimited.net.
I am a dreamer who will make a difference in this world.
I am flying to a future of great promise and change.
I am a mentor committed to helping my students transform their lives.
I'm a hard worker striving to build a better Alabama.
I am a go-getter with ambition and drive.
I am a Gadsden State Cardinal.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Watch me fly.
Yeah, amen. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah, nice, nice. Y'all look at Joe Rudder. Same thing in life. It ain't good. That's what you need to do, though. You got to do it for
He's got the card in his hand. Okay.
With Isaiah. Oh, that's cool. Appreciate it. Yeah, yeah.
How much time we got, Jim? Well, good afternoon. We'd like to now bring to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the Media Day the Weaver Bearcats. They compete in 3A Region 4. They are head coached by Ken Kofer, who is from Georgia but new to Alabama. And today, Coach has brought with him his quarterback, defensive back Caden Gooden, an outside linebacker, and our offensive lineman and linebacker Richard Knowlton. Coach Kofer, we'll start with a few of your opening remarks.
Yes, sir. Glad to be here. Glad y'all are putting this on. This is exciting because it's getting close to football season. I know you got a lot of guys to interview today, but I brought two guys with me today that are awesome leaders in the weight room, on the practice field right now, and I couldn't ask for better kids coming into a new program. I also want to throw out that, you know, getting this job in June 6th, I believe, and coming in that late, never taken a job that late before, and thinking, man, this is going to be tough. These coaches at Weaver High School are all about Weaver High School, not necessarily just their sport that they're the head coach of or just coaches coaching other sports. Man, I got the head basketball coach, a head wrestling coach, head baseball coach, and some other assistants and 2 volunteers, and they have made this so simple for me. And I got great administrators, Mr. Tracy Brazier, former coach, and Miss Lauren Young, our assistant principal right there, and they are doing everything in their power to help us be successful. And it's just been a blessing. It's been, no doubt in my mind, God-led, and I have no doubt in my mind that is. But again, thank y'all for having us.
Yes, sir. First question.
Yeah, Ken, given the late entry into things, just what have you been able to get established in terms of what you want to establish within this program?
Yeah, man, you usually want to come in, you take a new job in January. That's probably the best time, because then you have a whole semester with your kids, and you can establish your standards and excellence and what you expect out of them. And I haven't had that, but we did it on day one, and these kids bought in. And it's not just these two, there's some other ones too. And we're getting adjusted on the run now. We hadn't had a lot of time, but it's the weight room, to me, is number one, period. If you don't have an established weight room, and hey, some people win without a weight room and working kids hard. We just don't believe in that. We're trying to build mental and physical toughness, and we're trying to get after people's tails, just to be honest with you. And they have bought into it. It's a learning process. We don't know how to do some things in the weight room. It's fast, it's heavy, but it's with good technique. I am USA weightlifting certified, so I take pride in that and teaching these kids the right way and not letting them get injured. But in past couple of days, we've basically tried to position into a full kind of practice schedule, just kind of get them used to it. No pads or anything like that. Just trying to get them used to the heat and going a little bit longer out there, so to say. And learning how to practice is a major concept for what we believe in. And we try to make it hard on them right there so the games are easier.
Coach Coffer, given that you were one of the out of 28 applicants and 6 finalists, even the principal said that you marked off everything on our list to, for the job and position that you were offered. What experience can you say that you can bring to these young men wanting to do football?
Yeah, well, it's one thing to say it in the interview. It's a totally different to make sure that gets done. Just to be honest with you, just being honest. I've got some experience in Georgia being the head coach at 4 different high schools. I was 4 great programs in the state of Georgia: Cook High School in Adel, Georgia; Bacon County High School in Alma, Georgia; Wilcox County High School in Rochelle, Georgia, where and I'm an Auburn fan, so y'all don't get on to me too bad, where Nick Marshall went to school, that was former quarterback at Auburn; and Dodge County High School in Eastman. We just came off a region championship when I decided to retire early. So I left a good program in a good school, but my youngest daughter was going to Auburn. And I thought, hey, this is a chance to go to the wife's hometown in Heflin, Alabama. She's a Cleveland County native. And it's a good time to do that. And I thought I could just, ride off into the sunset and be an assistant and get retirement and be happy. And I was happy. The only issue is I just wanted to lead again. I'm not going to lie about that. I just wanted to lead my own program and have my own so to say. And some people won't understand that, but just wanted to do that and be able to lead in the weight room and do things that I wanted to be able to do and just lead kids. Man, I got a good group of kids and a great group of coaches right there. So the experience factor right there, I do think I've had it. We've played, a top 20 team in the nation my first year as a head coach, and we beat them. And we were at a lot smaller school. So we've had the big arenas to where we've played in the past, and I've gotten to coach in that. And that's a heck of a first game as a first-time head coach, and that was my first game. So it was a little nerve-wracking. We pulled it off, and I think it just builds confidence, and that's what we're after with these guys. And the guys that we have in Weaver is just kind of, not to be overconfident, but we want to have the mindset that we'll play anybody, anywhere, anytime, and we got to get to that point.
For the players, can you talk about kind of the locker room culture that both you as leaders and the coaching staff are trying to instill as you guys head into this kind of new season with a new head coach?
It's really just a lot of, we're all one cohesive team. You never want your individuals that are all, hey, it's just me. I'm trying to get mine, and then you have no team and you have no success. You really want that because team success is better for a program in the long run than it is for individual success. I mean, Caden has an offer from Marshall, and as a team, we're so happy for him. But we're also, as a team, we're going to work to get him more offers, and we're going to work to get him better success as well as ourselves more success.
Well, yeah, as a team, everybody is buying in the weight room, the locker room, more than the past 2 years. We got people showing up to workouts on time, early in the morning, finally. And then at practice, you got everybody doing what they're supposed to do and stuff.
Coach, first off, welcome to the area. Glad to have you here.
Thank you.
And next up, I guess this is a question that kind of comes out of the media day we did at Wednesday when Bill Smith talked about turning around a program, and his basic one-liner was, there's no shortcuts. You've done this a long time. You've got a program now that you've got to turn the corner on. What advice would you give some of the newer coaches in the county that have to do the same things? What makes the turn?
Well, I'm going to be honest. I think patience, but I'm not very patient, so I want to win right now, just being honest with you. And I think we can, but for these younger coaches right there, it's putting your time and effort into relationships with these kids. I think everybody says that. I wonder if everybody believes that. But these kids will play and run through a brick wall for each other and you if they know you care. You got to build those relationships with those kids in the groups. Now, does that mean getting on that behind sometimes? Yes, and we've had that this week sometimes. But by the time we leave that field, it's done. It's over. It's business on the field. But you know, I'm gonna treat these kids like I did my girls, and it's tough. But we want to produce good people. I think too many people worry about football and winning, and I want to win. I'm not lying. We want to win. We want to win right now. But we want kids coming back saying, thank you, Coach, for being tough on us. Because if I did get a college scholarship to play football, I knew what to expect. If other kids come back, that high school's their last time that they come back, I want kids that are going to say, Coach, thank you for help make me a better husband, a better father, a better worker, and not getting into stuff that we're not supposed to get into. It's about that. But to me, it all goes to relationships. And maybe that's not what you're looking for. I don't know. But I think the relationships, and I've only had 2 months with these kids. And I feel, again, feels God-led. I feel like I'm in the right place where I'm supposed to be. I can't say that about a job that I've had in Georgia before that I took. And I'll admit, man, sometimes you have some success and somebody offers you a little bit of money or something like that, and you jump on it. That wasn't God-led, and I made the wrong choice. And we still won, but I wasn't very happy. These people at Weaver have done nothing but been a blessing to me, period. And when you have that, and you have that togetherness, and everybody's working on the same level, it's an awesome thing, and it's more fun.
Next question down here, Coach.
Question for Caden and a related question for Ken. Caden, just what did it mean to you to get that offer? And then for Ken, what does that do for the program to see a player within get that kind of attention? And does it kind of help these kids dream big again?
It means a lot to me and my family because I've been putting the work in and stuff and training and stuff for the offer. And then not just me, the offer helps my team and college coaches come out to practice and games and give them the time and
them the look too.
Yeah, them the look and stuff too, for not just me, but for them to have opportunities in college.
Man, he just answered my question. You know, it's good for him that anytime you get education paid for, I don't care what level, if you can get your education paid for academic-wise or athletic-wise, man, that's awesome, period. But he's saying the same thing as I was going to say, is he's bringing better opportunities for himself, because once you get that first offer, we all know a lot of people jump on, and they'll jump on that bandwagon. But those colleges say, well, if you got that kid right there, man, you probably got some more. So let's go look at them. So we're going to promote these kids right here. You know, and we're very honest and transparent. We will not lie about a kid getting recruited because we have younger kids that can get recruited too. So we're promoting good attitudes, good work ethic right now, and your tail better be doing what you're supposed to be doing in that classroom. I'm going to make a visit before any administrator does. So, again, we're trying to promote good people. And this guy right here, it's been a blessing to he and his family, like he said, but I definitely think that not just for him, he's helped everybody else on this, on his roster.
Coach, you were at Cleveland County last year, so you obviously got to see Welborn Week 10. But let's just talk about this region. You had Dadeville, Randolph County, Sacs, and Welborn with the playoff teams last year. These players can attest they had opportunities against Randolph County. They had opportunities against Welborn to win those games. So what are your early impressions of the region?
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's some. And my first year at Heflin, we played Randolph County in the last game. You know, they got a lot of tradition down there. I've seen them play. Welborn, I think, is probably one of the hard-nosed teams that I've seen. Coached very well. Coach Smith does a great job down there. Dadeville, I've never seen play except little snippets of film right there because I get paranoid about looking on down the schedule, just to be honest with you. Donahoe's on the mind. I'll go ahead and tell you. I know we got Glencoe's second game. After that, I couldn't tell you. But yeah, schedule's tough, but we're preparing our kids to go through that gauntlet, period. You know, everybody's got to go through it. You play in that region, you got to go through it. And the injury here or injury there can do that. We're trying to build depth in every position that we play. And we do a little thing different. We've never done it before, but we coach our middle school too. We coach everybody at the same time. So they're getting reps with us too. And we're trying to practice fast to go through this gauntlet of the schedule that you're talking about. And we want our middle school coached by as many eyes as they can. We're preparing them for the future too, and it's tough. But one game at a time. And I know everybody says that, and you say, "Hey, Coach, that's a bull answer." Well, I'm just being honest with you because you get looking down the line, you don't focus on that first team. But yeah, definitely tough, and I'm gonna worry about one team at a time.
Coach Covert, you told me earlier that you had originally planned to be in a couple of 7-on-7s and canceled. I assume that was an indication that the offense you're putting in is entirely different than what's been run in the past. Can you elaborate on what you're doing?
Yeah, and this guy to my left over here, Caden, he wants to compete. All our kids want to compete, but I'm not going to put our kids in a bad position that they're not going to be successful in because they're in a learning process. We want to compete every day in practice during the summer. But when they don't know the system yet, it's not going to work, and I'm not promoting a positive outlook. So we're trying to get after their behinds, our kids, in the weight room. Now, next year will be totally different. I've already told him that. He wants to throw in 7-on-7 and some OTAs, and I definitely want to do that. I think the more you compete against different people and you can go different places and compete is the best, instead of just staying at home and going against them. You get tired of going against your own kids. But was I getting the job at the 1st of June, putting my kids in a positive place when they still don't know or still didn't know the scheme of the defense or offense that we were playing? I just didn't want them to be lost, if that makes sense. So next year, totally be different. We're going to compete every time and every chance we get. We're going to travel. And I'd prefer, just to be honest with you, not to do it at our place. I want our kids to see different places and be in different atmospheres. I think you get a little too comfortable when you're at home sometimes. That's good for a Friday night football game, but when you're competing at an OTA and, you ain't got a choice. You can't go home. What you going to do? So you got to step up. So I'd rather, kind of do that stuff in an away place.
Richard, you're a two-way guy, offense and defense as a starter. How many other guys on the offensive line are going to be two-way guys?
Well, for the longest time, we've had a very small roster. So a lot of the players that we have on this roster still now have that mentality of playing two-way, and a lot of them still do. For the longest time, with mentioning Coach Taylor right now, I mean, we had barely anybody, and then that carried win with Coach Ashley, great coach, by the way. But we all had to play two-way. It's just that's not very different from what it is now.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm
No, it's
sorry.
okay.
Let me jump in right here, and what he's trying to explain to you too is all of our kids learn offense and defense, but we're rotating very quickly. So about every 2 plays, they've got somebody in. Now, if we go on a long drive and it's a 10, 12, 14 play drive, we'll have he may not be in for a couple of plays. He may be getting a break over there on the sideline for 2 plays. That's the way that we're practicing. We're trying to build that depth that way. So we're going to practice that way, expecting that's the way it's going to be on Friday night. So we're preparing our kids mentally for that too, and I think that's what Richard's trying to say too. Is he may be out there, but I've already been told about this cat right here and this one that they don't want to come off the field. That's awesome, but we want 100% out of every kid, and try to get that depth like we're saying. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Along those lines, how many do you have out, and do you know if there's a difference between that and what they had in spring?
I didn't ask, and not being ugly, this sounds bad. Not that it's a different coaching, coach coming in. I didn't ask a lot of things about spring practice, just to be honest with you, because everybody starts new, when I came in. So, I think we might have a couple that didn't go through spring practice as well that did that. But we got right at 62. Now we're talking about 7 through 12 now. So we're all coaching all those guys together. So it's probably going to be around 42 maybe, 9 through 12.
Final question right here.
You talked about building relationships as well as you being in the weight room, and Caden saying that people are finally coming to practice or the weightlifting in the mornings. Do you think that has helped kickstart and jump off those relationships with them, with you helping them in training?
Yeah, it's not it's not hard. It's hard to wake up in the morning for anybody. I enjoy it now. I didn't when I was their age, but we're preparing them to go to school and to work like the normal person is too. So they're in their lines, and these guys line up people, and we are starting at 6:45. We don't wait on you to get there at 6:50. We start at 6:45, and they have 100 push-ups. They come in that door late, and it's not me saying anything. It's them. So, you've heard this many times, and I didn't come up with it, but coach-led teams can be good. Player-led teams can be great, and they're getting to that point. Once they know what they're doing and stuff like that, it's going to be, as far as scheme-wise, I'm going to get to sit back, and the other coach is going to get to sit back a little bit and watch it take off, because that's when you can do something special right there. But, yeah, getting there in the mornings, and, I've told some other people before we came in here, some of these kids that are coming to makeup workouts on Friday mornings don't even have to make up anything. They're just coming for extra work. We don't make them come. That's a makeup workout if they've missed, been on vacation, anything like that. And we got 7th graders doing that, coming to extra work. So, you're creating a positive weight room culture when they're coming on their own and wanting to come and asking, Coach, can I get extra workouts in? So I hope I answered your question.
Coach, we're excited about the future of Weaver football. I mean, we've got 5 new coaches in the county, but I think just listening to you the last 12, 15 minutes, everybody in this room is going to take note that there's a culture change that's going on at Weaver right now. We're excited about that
yes, sir.
in the future. As we close out, just give us your final thoughts before you guys go enjoy lunch.
Yeah, we just, I appreciate y'all having us here. I'm very grateful to be a Weaver Bearcat, period. And I'm grateful to be around people that are all about Weaver High School and the community of Weaver, period, and just want to help us and do that. Again, I can't say enough about our administration and our coaches that we have, all over Weaver High School. So just very proud and God-led. Can't say that enough.
Very well. Well said. Good way to finish. Weaver Bearcats. Look forward to them this fall. Coming up in 5 minutes, we'll have the Alexandria Valley Cubs. Thank you.
The Coosa Valley, on the banks of the Coosa River in Gadsden, Alabama. Fishing, boating, and paddling, and home to Team One Chevrolet. Team One Chevy has been serving generations for years. Even the grandkids are grown. Come by and see why so many people come back to Team One Chevy in Gadsden.
Home of the best people, the best service, period.
At Dunn's HVAC Plumbing and Electrical, we know how hard it is to find a dependable company you can trust. The time-consuming effort can be frustrating and overwhelming. We believe what matters is getting back to what's important to you. Dunn's HVAC Plumbing and Electrical is built upon honesty, integrity, and also trust. We are your local choice for all your HVAC plumbing and electrical needs, serving Calhoun, Jefferson, Shelby, and surrounding areas. Visit our website at callduns.com to schedule your appointment for dependable service done right.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, maybe even ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. That's when I found this, the Brux Night Guard. Now the Brux Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brux Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Go to bruxnightguard.com and order yours today.
Good afternoon. At this time, we'd like to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 23 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Alexandria Valley Cubs. Alexandria competes in 5A Region 6, and they are head coached by Todd Ginn. And today, Coach Ginn has brought with him a tight end defensive end, DeMarcus Williams, and a running back linebacker, Ty Brown. Coach Ginn, we'll start with your opening comments.
Appreciate it. Really glad to be here again, just to watch this thing grow and see what it's become. It's exciting to see. It's great for our area. It's great for our teams, and we're just looking forward to letting these guys. I got Ty Brown, as he said, on my right, and DeMarcus Williams, two of our leaders, two of our seniors, two really good football players that do things the right way on and off the field. Two really good guys, just looking forward to letting these guys get out there and play. One more year of high school football along with their teammates, and looking forward to see what challenges and how I'm going to be able, and our staff's going to be able to grow as a staff, and then also, more importantly, to see how these guys are going to be able to grow into young men as what I think is the greatest sport that teaches so many life lessons, to let them, get out there and do their thing.
Todd, let's start with kind of talking about the evolution of the region you guys play in a little bit. It seems like there's been a lot of teams in that region that have really come on in the last couple of years, primarily Moody. Southside's getting better. Leeds has improved a bunch, as you know. Talk a little bit about the region and how tough it is.
Yeah, I think you never know, but looking on paper, you mentioned three really good teams in the region. In high school ball, it's all about the pieces that you've got to put out there, and how hard they play and how competitive they are. And I think when you talk about Southside first, it comes to mind that they've got a veteran team, and then Leeds is always their coach does a really, really good job. And then Moody, Moody's come on the scene last year, and they were pretty good last year. I assume they'll be pretty good this year. But we to be honest, you can ask these guys. We don't talk a whole lot about till the week of the game. We don't talk a whole lot about other teams. We talk about us and what we can do to make us better. And because with social media nowadays and all that, you'll hear a bunch of stuff, how good, how great, all that. It doesn't matter till Friday night when the game starts to see what happens.
Todd, obviously, Ross was a guy you wanted to have the ball as much as possible last year. Who kind of fills in that production this year?
Well, I think, that's one thing Dad taught me a while back. One thing being under him and being from Alexandria, just finding the pieces that made last year. Ross, obviously, giving the ball to him gave us the best chance to win, giving the ball a lot. Ty's gonna carry the ball a ton. He's going to play on defense every snap, and DeMarcus is going to be. DeMarcus knows I'm going to be blocking for Ty a lot, and we've got we've got another pretty good running back coming up. Never had to really carry it much because Antonio was there. You had Antonio, you had Ty, and now we've got Elijah who will have a chance to show what he's got because Ty, you can tell, Ty spends a lot of time in the weight room, so. Him carrying the ball, but he's also a great blocker, a great blocker, a tenacious blocker. So to be able to put him into some positions to open some holes for Elijah's got a chance to be a really good running back. I think those two will be your main two guys that carry the load this year.
We got a question right over here, Coach.
Coach, what is it about this team that you're going to have this season that stands out compared to teams in the past? And then players, what kind of mark do you want to leave at Alexandria?
I think what stood out to me with this group is I feel like now they would be able to tell you because players can fool you sometimes, but I feel like with this group they just work so hard. I could be in the gym and I don't have to be sitting on top of them. I can go work on whatever I need to work on and know that they're going to work their tail off and do what they're supposed to do. So that's one thing that stands out. These two guys, along with some other seniors, really, really lead and do what you want them to do. You don't have to be right on top of them. And I like being around these guys. We were talking out there to some other guys just a second ago, getting interviewed, and you have a lot of winning teams that you really don't like to be around. Let's just be honest sometimes, and you've had some teams that don't win a whole lot of games that you love to be around, and this is one of those teams. I hope we do both. But I really like being around these guys. I really do. This year is going to be a joy to coach. Win or lose, I just like being around these type of guys.
You players, y'all want to elaborate on what you want to leave at Alexandria?
Just hard work. You ain't got to be the biggest. You ain't got to be the strongest. You ain't got to be the fastest. But you need to work every day being the biggest and the strongest. Some things you can control and some things you can't. So try to improve on the things that you can control. Work hard.
DeMarcus, anything?
Mostly just like my legacy and how many years that.
All right.
I don't know.
Well, with that said, you two guys, tell us how much Coach means to you, and is he ever easy to be around?
Yeah, he's pretty easy to be around.
You trying to put me in the spotlight now.
Yeah, I am. And make sure, Mark, you speak on into that mic. Bring it down to you when you talk. But, yeah, just kind of how easy is it to be around Coach? I'm sure there's better times or worse times. Go ahead.
I was fortunate enough that whenever I started playing varsity football, that Coach Gibbons was my coach here. I mean, he can be a little tough sometimes, but, he's going to get the best out of you. And that's all I can ask as a player. That my coach pushed me to be the best that I can be, and that's what he does.
Yeah, I'm going off what Ty said. Like, he's a real good guy to be around. He'll push you when nobody else will. And if you're at your peak, then he's going to keep pushing you no matter what at the end of the day.
Question.
DeMarcus, if you had to play only on one side of the ball, would you pick defense or would you pick offense, and why?
I'll pick defense because I just like to tackle people majority of the time. I'm a defensive player.
I can tell you personally, I watched that young man last year in a playoff game on defense, Joe. He intercepted a pass at the line of scrimmage with his abs. Do you remember that? And that kid threw that little hitch, and it hits you so hard in the stomach, you just scored a touchdown. And you never even grabbed the ball till your abs let go. But, yeah, that's just a funny story about him. Players, what does it mean to each one of you to answer this question? What does it mean to you that Coach Ginn picked you to be here today out of everyone else out there?
I mean, it means a lot. We got a few players on this team that very easily could have been picked instead of me. One, Ty Walker, he's our quarterback. He's not the biggest. He ain't the strongest. But he's got the most heart of anybody I've ever met in my life. You know, he's going to come and he's going to try his best to outwork anybody in the gym, on the field. So, I mean, to be picked over him, it's a pretty big honor.
Ty, could you talk about stepping into that role of carrying the load more this year?
I mean, I just want to do whatever I have to do to help my team succeed, whether it means me carry the ball or me block. I mean, whatever I got to do to help my team, that's what I want to do.
Todd, we're fortunate that we get to see a lot of different stadiums and fan bases doing what we do each and every week throughout the season, but your place is definitely one of the most special. I don't think we've ever been there where the stands haven't been completely packed, and of course everybody knows the legacy of the Valley Dogs. So talk a little bit about just the advantage you guys have when you get to play at home.
I think I think being from here and always, there's no other high school I've ever been at. I came up through Alexandria as a player, and then every 22, 23 years teaching. It's always been at Alexandria, and just so blessed to be a part. We don't, being a county school, a lot of times we don't have the top-notch facilities. Y'all know what that is like to deal with. I mean, y'all know the money situations and how that goes. You do one thing for our county, you got to do it 7 times. You know what I mean? Where a lot of city systems, they're just looking out for them. And I think these kids, these guys beside me, they're going to realize a couple of years down the road how blessed and how spoiled they are to show up every night at home and just have people that are all over the place on your home side rooting for you. No matter what. That's the crazy thing. I've been around a long time, and I'm getting old. I notice every morning in the mirror more gray comes up, and that's got a lot to do with them too. But but you realize even in the tough years, it's packed. In the good years, it's packed. And that's just got a lot to do with Alexandria. And with that, I mean, let's just be honest. A lot of jealousy comes with that too. A lot of people hate you just because you're from Alexandria. They don't check into who you are as a player, as a person. They just hate you because you're from Alexandria. And that's something special too. It just is. So we're really blessed to have the community we have. We're really blessed to have the fan base we have.
Coach, question over here.
Okay.
Obviously, picking up Cherokee County, first game of the season this year. Talk about how important that is to have that number one, that game back, that 10th game, and how that does for your team, but also bringing a kind of a game like Cherokee County and Alexandria back into the mix.
Yeah, it was so tough 2 years ago to make a schedule. God, it was tough because only. We had James Clemens and folks like that calling. I'm like, what in the world is going on? We were struggling to make a schedule. We only had 9 games. It was tough. And then Center was in some weird contract with a team from Georgia, and they called wanting to play. And, which we said, okay. It just is what it is. It's the 10th game. We got in a 3-year contract with them, so it wasn't just going to be a 1-year deal. We're going to make them play us home and away 2 more years. whether we're in the same region or not the next couple years. But, you know, everybody knows they went to the finals last year. And they got a good team. They obviously have a good team coming back, or they wouldn't have called. So, but it's just, you know, another Friday night for us, another chance to play. And like I said, I'm really pleased we got 10 games again. I wanted to keep that last 10th game open. That was the longer I've been in coaching. If you're blessed enough to get in the playoffs, having that 10th game open, it to me is a big deal to get back healthy and do what you need to do. And if you're unlucky enough to not get in the playoffs, then it's time to start up the next thing anyways. So just is what it is. So that 10th game being open is a big deal. The longer I stay in coaching, the more I think it is.
Coach, go ahead and close us with some final remarks.
Once again, I just appreciate y'all having us. I appreciate y'all letting us be here. I'm really pleased to be able to bring both these guys. And like Ty Brown said, there are a number of guys that deserve to be here today for us. And but I just felt like when I sat back and Mr. Odell texted about who you're going to bring, I just immediately thought these two guys. You know, these two guys. These are our dudes. And when you play us on Friday night, these are the dudes you're going to have to deal with. I think as you're making your scouting plan, I think every team we play is going to say, what are we going to do with 0 and what are we going to do with 2? And so that's why they're here. And then on top of it, they're great quality young men. So we just appreciate y'all having us, and it's always a joy to be here.
Well, thank you, Coach. That's Coach Todd again at Alexandria High School. Thank you for coming, and give us about a 5-minute break, and we'll have White Plains High School up next. Thank you.
It's done, man. It's time to come together and change the culture. Let's do the little things right. Let's not worry about what the school board says. You do what you've been coached to do. You do it. Don't worry about everything else. Do your job to 100% because your brother next to you means more than the name on the back of your jersey. You come into our house, you get hit in the mouth. You come into our house, you earn it. Respect ain't given. Respect is taken, and we take it tonight. It's prime time, baby. It's prime time, baby.
Strike a mat.
Now we'd like to welcome to the stage here, the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 2023 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the White Plains Wildcats. White Plains competes in 4A Region 4. The head coach of the Wildcats, first-year coach Blake Jennings. Today, Coach Jennings has brought with him quarterback / free safety Dylan Barksdale and lineman / linebacker Dalton Luker. Coach Jennings, we will start with your opening comments, sir.
Yes, sir. Hey, we appreciate y'all having us. Awesome setup that we do here in Calhoun County for high school sports, and we appreciate y'all doing this and being able to bring these two boys up here just because, you know, them getting to come up here and be on this stage means a lot to both of them because they've been my leaders in the weight room this summer and on the field and doing those types of things. But again, we just thank y'all for it.
First question, Coach.
Blake, you've wanted to be a head coach for a while in football, and how does it feel to sit on this stage, first of all, and then just what's it been like trying to establish a culture that you want to establish?
Oh, yeah, you know, it goes back to that culture, and we've said this from the get-go, and I told this to the boys the first day I showed up at White Plains after I was approved. We're going to build that culture in the weight room, and that's what we've done this summer, and that's kind of been our MO this summer. Get bigger, get stronger. You know, they're working hard in there. And as a coach, that's all you can ask out of those kids. They give you everything they've got. You know, they're great kids. They're running hard every day. You know, when we do a little bit of football stuff, when we get done, they're learning what we're trying to do. You know, and they're learning as coaches because they got a lot of new coaches, you know, on staff, learning the coaches, and they've been doing a really good job with it.
Question back here, Coach.
You've been plenty busy this summer, I mean, with 7-on-7s. What are some of the things that you've been able to learn about your team in that short time, and what were some of the players that have really stood out to you?
You know, in the first 7-on-7, that was our biggest thing. Like, let's see how we compete. You know, that was my thing. I told the kids, how are you going to respond to adversity, even if it's 7-on-7, because you're getting to compete against somebody. And that was our, you know, going into that with the adversity part of it. What do they do when something bad happens? And we seen that early on the first day at FCA. Then I'll say this, on the next 7-on-7 we went to, they competed even better. We had a really good day at the second 7-on-7 we did. We did an OTA last week. Some guys that have stood out, you know, both these guys sitting beside me. Dalton Luker here, being playing linebacker for us in 7-on-7 stuff. Dylan Barksdale being our quarterback and free safety. You know, they've done some good things. You know, Rodney Perry's going to play slot receiver for us. He did pretty well on both sides of the ball, playing corner, free safety, you know, corner and slot receiver for us. So we got some guys that are stepping up and doing some of the things that we're asking them to do.
Going back to the first part earlier, just to get to be on this stage finally as a head football coach, what does that mean to you?
You know, being up here, you know, that's great. It's wonderful. You know, but at the end of the day, it goes back to being a leader, you know, of these kids, and that's what we do. You know, I'm a teacher still too. Teach 2 classes during the day, and when you get in this business, you get in this profession, it's about building relationships with kids. And at the end of the day, kids are kids, and just being a leader and leading them in the right direction. That's what being a head coach is. It isn't the title, it isn't any of that stuff. It's being around them and doing the things the right way.
Blake, congratulations on the job to begin with. But White Plains plays in probably one of the toughest regions in Class 4A. How hard is the region in helping you develop some type of momentum with the program?
You know, yeah, it is one. You know, it's the toughest region probably in 4A. You know, 4. Like I said, it's Region 4. You got some great teams in this region. Everybody's really talented. But I think what it goes back to in developing consistency is going to go back to practice. It's going to go back to how we run practice and doing things the same each day, and them knowing, hey, they're going to put the work in. And that's one thing, you know, they've really been putting the work in, especially in the weight room, and they'll continue to do that. It's going to be 5 days a week in the weight room for these guys. And then we go to football practice and them giving us everything they've got and doing the things that they're asked to do. And that's where it'll begin to turn around.
You were named in 2019 the 2A Assistant Coach of the Year, and now you're a head coach. How is that? Is your coaching style changed from you being the assistant coach now to a head coach, or have you just kind of improved the style from when you were assistant coach now to you're a head coach?
I think it's just improving. You know, you got to improve as a person every single day. If you don't, you get left behind. And so you bring that same intensity that I've brought in the past to the football field and the baseball fields and everything else. But it's making kids stay focused. It's making them do the right things at the right time. And that's what we've got to instill in these guys. And like I said, these two sitting beside me, they get it, and that's why they're here. You know, because they understand what we're trying to do, and I'm really looking forward to see what they can do on the field.
You had to make a position change from wingback to quarterback earlier in your football days at White Plains. Has that helped you, that experience helped you help other kids who are transitioning from a old position to a new position this year?
I guess it could, but it just goes back to, like, you just got to do whatever you got to do to help your team succeed. So that's just what it's going to have to take.
To Dylan and Dalton, what's Coach Jennings like?
I like it. He brings a high energy. We got to have that in the weight room. It helps us a lot better. We get a lot stronger. Conditioning and on the field, it's a good coaching. And when you're goofing off, that's when he's gonna get mad. So
I think Coach Jennings has the energy of, hey, let's not get off task. We got a job. Let's do the job right now. Let's finish. Because again, we haven't made playoffs since 1990, and so that's really where we want to be at right now.
Dalton, this question is for you, and I'm going to ask it of you too, Dylan, so you get the advantage of hearing it so you'll know what to say. What does it mean to you, Dalton, that Coach Jennings picked you out of all those kids? He brought you here today. What does that mean to you?
I mean, it means a lot. We have so many kids on our roster that he could have brought. I mean, Ty Roberts, one of our best linemen that we have, he could have brought him. You know, started last year, has really good in-game experience. Anthony Stewart, our nose guard, I mean, has high motor, great work ethic. He could have brought him. I mean, he could have brought anybody, and it really means a lot that he chose me out of all people.
Awesome. Dylan?
yeah, it means a lot. Shows that he trusts me and what I can do on the field, and what I'm gonna have to step up and take over during the games or whatever, just to help others.
Awesome.
I'll say this real quick with them, bringing them, one thing they've done for me, and I've tried to instill in these guys, is when you lead people, you lead them the right way. You know, it's not you're not talking down to people, you bring them up. And that's one thing we've tried to do with them, and these two guys are doing it every single day.
Coach, I had the pleasure a few months ago of introducing you to the Booster Club there when you were announced at White Plains, and that was a great evening for you and your wife, Morgan, and expecting your first child. 2023 has been a pretty good year so far.
Yes, sir. It's been great. It's going to get better, too.
What do you think is going to be the most exciting part of your fall? Will it seeing the players develop, or maybe walking out on the field and all the fans? And White Plains has a history of supporting their team, good, bad, or indifferent. They're going to show up, and I know that's one reason that you're there, because you knew that. What are you looking most forward to on Fridays?
I'm just looking forward to seeing these boys grow, you know, and how much they do develop over the season. You know, and actually, you know, these next 4 weeks, we start practice on Monday. How much do they develop over these next 4 weeks before we go play a real football game? And that's one of the things as a coach, you sit back and you look, and if they're doing the things you ask them to do each day, and they're getting better each day, I mean, that's all you can ask as a coach, you know. So really excited about that. And like you said about the community's been great. The amount of support, the amount of people that have helped me do stuff, work on fields, has been unreal. The amount of people that's just reached out, you know, and willing to help do anything.
Question right here, Coach.
You're another team with a new helmet this year, and white seems to be the fashion. Can you tell us the inspiration behind that helmet?
The helmet here, when Coach Tyree, before he left, he had put the pearl look into the helmet, which it shines, and I like that. And then when I started looking for stickers, you know, you look everywhere, you kind of try to come up with different things, but I really like the cat head that the guys had, and then I've always been a big fan of the Dallas Cowboys helmet, and that's the stripe for the Dallas Cowboys helmet, you know, and so I like one of our best years, and I'll go back to I was at Ohatchee for 12 years, and one of the best years we ever had. We had the number on one side, and we had the logo on the other, and that's what I wanted to go with.
Question right here.
Being a defense coordinator that you were, how is the offense looking this year, and what are some of the things that you all have been developing?
You know, offensively, that's going to be one of the biggest things. How physical can we be? You know, we'll be in the gun. We'll be in the gun. We'll do some different things. We're going to run the football first. We're going to be physical. Like I said, run the football. We're going to throw it. Dylan's got a great arm. We got some really good receivers. But, they've been working hard. And that's, again, they're learning the offense. And it's going to take a little while. That's why I'm really more excited about the next 4 weeks. Because, you put in the summertime, you focus a little more on 7-on-7. But at the end of the day, 7-on-7 doesn't win football games. It's 11-on-11. It's those guys in the trenches that win the games. And that's where it's going to begin. One
more question for Dalton and Dylan, and we'll start to wrap it up. I'll ask you players, what's your favorite part of a football Friday? Is it when you wake up knowing it's game day, or the pep rally, or running through the banner when it's time to tee it up? What would you say is your best part of the day? We'll start with you, Dylan.
I'm going to have to say walking down the stairs out of the locker room and just seeing all the people there that's just there to support all the time. Even when they know things are not going good, they're there to support.
I'd say probably running through the banner. You know, cleats hit the grass. You know, it's time to go. It's time to hit people. It's time to score. It's time to win a game. It's time to get a job done.
Good answer. And, Coach, we look forward to hearing your favorite part once you, on that first Friday night as the head ball coach. I know you're very excited.
Yes, sir. Hey, there's nothing like Friday nights. There's not. You know, just being a kid when you played football, being a coach, you walk out there, the band's playing, you know, you got people everywhere supporting your team. That's all that work you've put in the summertime and the work you put in during the week. When you put that work in, it should make Friday night a lot of fun, you know. So if you show up prepared, that's you know, you get a little bit of jitters. That's what it's all about.
They start up the band, cheerleaders cheering. It's a good
right.
thing.
Yes, sir.
Well, we look forward to White Plains football this fall. We're going to follow you every week, guys. We wish you the best. Coach, let's close things out. Give us your final comments.
Yes, sir. Hey, we appreciate y'all again for having us and y'all doing this for these kids and for high school sports here and all these football teams. And one of the biggest things about this team this year that, you know, we're going to make these guys work, and I think they're up to the challenge. I'm able to see that in the weight room. We've got some coaches on this staff that are really going to be able to help me. You got Clay Sprayberry, Todd Manning. We hired a couple new guys. We actually got Coach Randall. Coach Randall's going to help us coach football this year, so that was a big get for me. You know, he's going to be a big help. So just them doing what they're asked to do, and you know, we're going to go out there and we're going to get after it every week. I promise you. Well, you know, that's what our goal is. And like I said, we appreciate y'all having us here.
Thank you, Coach. We appreciate you coming. That wraps up for the White Plains Wildcats. Coming up next, Oxford Yellow Jackets.
For over 60 years, pain relief products were developed by big pharma and companies that could cause harmful side effects. Now there is something new in a topical pain relief product. Thousands of people who experience pain daily are now enjoying a safe pain relief product. This big discovery is Sweet Relief. Sweet Relief is a 100% all-natural OTC product that allows you to experience with no drugs, no chemicals, no alcohols, no CBDs, just fruit moisturizing with a tropical scent. Thousands have bought and used Sweet Relief with great success. Sweet Relief specializes in relieving minor arthritis, muscle and joint pain in 1 to 2 minutes. That's 1 to 2 minutes, not days or weeks. Order today. Go to www.mysweetrelief.com. That is mysweetrelief.com.
Talking is done, man. It's time to come together and change the culture. Let's do the little things right. Let's not worry about what the school board says. You do what you've been coached to do. You do it. Don't worry about everything else. Do your job to 100% because your brother next to you means more than the name on the back of your jersey. You come into our house, you get hit in the mouth. You come in our house, you earn it. Respect ain't given, respect is taken, and we take it tonight. It's prime time, baby. talking, it's done, man. It's time to come together and change the culture. Let's do the little things right. Let's not worry about what the school board says. You do what you've been coached to do. You do it. Don't worry about everything else. Do your job to 100% because your brother next to you means more than the name on the back of your jersey. You come into our house, you get hit in the mouth. You come in our house, you earn it. Respect ain't given, respect is taken, and we take it tonight. It's proud time, baby.
If you're the family with kids playing sports and the parents that are running two ways at once, then a Team One Chevy is perfect for your team. Baseball, softball, and soccer families can travel in all-American style with a new Chevy from Team One. Bank on the best deal, a great selection, and the perfect vehicle for your all-American team.
Interest rates as low as 1.9% and no payments for 90 days when you finance with GM Financial.
Home of the best people, the best service, period.
There's a special place where overtime gives way to family time, where fast pace becomes a little slower lifestyle. At Campers Unlimited, we can help get you there, where your lake house, beach house, or tailgate headquarters can have the same address. We carry the top brands in America like Grand Design and Forest River. With a large selection, we're sure to have a floor plan that fits your needs. So when you're ready to disconnect in order to reconnect, take the easy drive to Campers Unlimited on Interstate 59 in Gadsden or shop us online at campersunlimited.net.
I am a dreamer who will make a difference in this world.
I am flying to a future of great promise and change.
I am a mentor committed to helping my students transform their lives.
I'm a hard worker striving to build a better Alabama.
I am a go-getter with ambition and drive.
I am a Gadsden State Cardinal.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Watch me fly.
use your mouth, and they can't hear you. Just lean in when you answer. We've got a nice one of these for both of y'all players to take with you.
Awesome.
It's in the back. When you walk out, if you're done, if you take it with you, it's just something to commemorate you being here today. You take your name, plate too, if you want to take it. So we're about ready to get started.
All right.
Y'all about ready?
You nervous, Jed? Turn to red. I ain't nervous.
You ready? Jim, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gentlemen, we'll start back after a little short break for lunch. We appreciate again the Anniston Country Club for being such good hosts for us, providing this venue for us, and longtime supporters of the Quarterback Club of Calhoun County. We hope everybody enjoyed their lunch, and we'll get back into it the second half of our media day. We will start now. I'd like to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 2023 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Oxford Yellow Jackets. Oxford competes in 6A Region 6. The head coach of the Yellow Jackets is Sam Adams. Today, Coach Adams has brought with him wide receiver Judd Sire and running back Jaden Thomas. Coach Adams, we will start with your opening comments.
Thanks for having us out here. First, I want to kind of brag about the two guys that are up here with me. Both of these young men will be third-year starters for us. They both are great representatives of our program with the way that they play the game, but more importantly, the type of people that they are. These are two young men that always work extremely hard. We never have to worry about them doing the right things off the field, and that's why they're up here with us today. And they're also very productive on the football field as well. Starting third year for me at Oxford, I think the biggest thing that I'm excited about going into this season is, guys like the ones that are sitting here right beside me that, have been in the fire for 2 years leading up to this. And now I think they have a full understanding of, the standards that we're trying to set for the program for all the players. And also I have a better understanding of just these guys on a personal basis. That is definitely a two-way street. We have a lot of guys returning this year. Altogether, there's 7 defensive starters that'll be returning from last year, 8 on the offensive side. On the defensive side, you have guys like Keenan Britt, will be a sophomore. That'll actually be his third year to start for us on the defensive front. Caleb Tenner will be a third-year starter as well as a junior. You have JaMichael Garrett, Hudson Gilman, James Tapley will be playing on the defensive side of the ball more this year, whereas last year he was in the fullback tight end kind of role. Christian Gibson's a returning starter at corner. Cedric Twyman started for us at corner last year, is getting some work at corner and safety. Offensively, you got Rashad Cunningham, a junior offensive lineman that'll be a third-year starter for us. Kevin Wheat will be a second year to start, but third year to be in the rotation a lot. Jaden Thomas at running back will be his third year to start for us. DK Wilson has started for us for 3 years as well. He kind of plays a hybrid running back receiver position. Mason Mims will be a returning starter at the quarterback spot. Jaden Lewis will be a starter for us. Played outside receiver last year. Now is moving into more of a tight end kind of role. Our leading receiver from last year, Nick Richardson, will be back as a junior. Then Judd Sire will get a lot of action on offense, and obviously, was one of our main receivers last year. He'll also get some action playing the defensive backfield as well. So we have lots to be excited about. I've had a great summer. The physical development that I've seen out of our guys from the end of November last year until right now is really unmatched in the 23 years that I've been doing this. I think we kind of figured it up the other day. I mean, per person, our body weight has increased right at 13 pounds. You can get into the maxes on the lifts and all that kind of stuff, and that's been we've made huge jumps from November until now physically. So I think, though we have a lot of the same guys that were on the field last year, when you see them go out on the field this year for the first time, it won't look like the same group of guys. And that's been one of the main points that we've kind of repeated several times over this offseason is, everybody says, well, they got a lot of guys back from last year. Well, if they're the same guys that they were last year, that doesn't mean that our team's going to be any better, right? They have to all be better versions of themselves, and the coaches have to be better versions of ourselves as well. And I think we've done a really good job, up to this point. Now we got to have a really good preseason camp and get going through a really tough schedule that we have set out in front of us.
We'll open it up to questions. First question be for Jaden and Judd. Coach had mentioned, y'all are 3-year starters now. And, of course, Coach has been here this is the third year. So y'all kind of grown together. What are you most excited about, Jaden, about your senior year here at Oxford?
Everybody being able to come back, like me being able to share the field with my brothers like I've been doing the last 3 years.
What about you, Judd? What are you most excited about?
Being able to play with Jaden. Me and Jaden played since Pee Wee. I mean, everybody on that field has grown up together, and we've put in the work together. We're just ready to kick off our senior year and get after it.
Yeah, Sam, obviously Mason picked up some offers this summer. Can you just speak to what his progression is and what we can look for out of him this season?
Yeah, physically, he is roughly 20 pounds heavier than he was last year. He was right around 180. Now he's right at 200. It looks like physically a different kid. Ball comes out of his hand a lot hotter, just kind of go along with the physical strength part of it. His arm strength has improved. He's continued to work on what I feel like his strong points are, which are getting through progressions, understanding space in the game, and how to distribute the ball. And he had a really good camp season, which led to some of those offers. Some of the offers were really based off of film from last year without the school really seeing any further in-person action of him. But the Mississippi State offer, for example, that was him going to a camp and having a great day there, and them liking what they saw there in conjunction with the film that they had from last year. West Virginia saw him in person at practice. Troy saw him in person during our spring practices, our 2-hour rule practices, not official practices. UAB came and watched him throw in person. So, I think his production on the field last year as a first-year starter said a lot. And now I think just the dedication to playing the position is what's going to set him in a different kind of category from where he was last year.
Coach, I saw that JaMychal Garrett also took a visit to Alabama recently, and it seems like Keenan Britt's also generating a lot of interest. Can you talk about those two young defensive guys and kind of how they developed and what you expect from them this season? Yeah, so JaMychal's picked up offers from Troy and UAB, had a good day at Troy camp. Was offered at UAB following a 7-on-7 competition that we had there. Keenan Britt has offers from Auburn, Arkansas, and Central Florida. And those guys, really we're probably thrown in the fire a little bit ahead of schedule compared to most high school athletes playing a whole lot as freshmen, and in Keenan's case as an 8th grader. That's really unheard of in 6A football. But those guys really have high motors. They love playing the game, which is very important, and something that's really an underrated characteristic as far as the big recruiting picture is. There's a whole bunch of guys that are really good football players out there that don't really enjoy the game as much as they love the recruiting aspect of it. Those two guys love football, and I think that's going to be one of the things that helps them to continue to improve between now and the time they're out here as a senior.
This is for all three of you. I know having a new facility doesn't put points on the scoreboard. However, it has to be an exciting time at Oxford High School right now with what's going up. Judd and Jaden, talk a little bit about just every day seeing that building go up, knowing that here in just a few weeks you're going to be able to be in that building.
I mean, I know it's our last year to be in, this going to be our only year to be able to be in it, but, it just shows us how dedicated our community is to us and lets us know the support that they give with us.
I think since our freshman year has been in the making. It's been a long time coming, but it just puts forth what our school system does for us and what they want us to become. Letting us work in something like that is incredible.
And it's I think the heart of it, like I said, it doesn't put points on the board and doesn't win or lose games, but the commitment from our city and our school system to giving our best athletes the best possible experience is really the biggest thing that we can take away from that. I mean, that's a facility that's going to be used by virtually every sport that we have on the campus. Our weight room equipment was installed over the last couple of days. You may have seen some pictures or videos of that on social media. It will be the best one that I've ever been in. But it's not just an indoor practice facility. It's not just the weight room. We have, state-of-the-art team meeting room. We have tons of conference spaces in there. We have office spaces. Their locker room is going to be the best high school locker room that I've ever seen. But it's all really just so these guys, by the time that they get out of here as seniors, can look back and say, there's no way I could have had a better experience than I had at Oxford High School.
And Sam, you won a region championship, been in the playoffs both years, so a lot of people forget how much roster turnover you inherited that first year. Is this the team you've kind of been building toward in a way?
Well, in a lot of ways, yes, as far as the number of experienced guys that we have back. There is something important to understand about every single year. The team takes on a life of its own, regardless of whether you have 15 or 16 returning starters or you have 3 returning starters. And we've kind of been on both ends of that spectrum. But those guys, the guys that are like sitting up here beside me right now, these are the guys that are really setting the standard for everybody that's on the team up under them. So we've got the point now where first time we go out on a Friday night here in a few weeks, we're not going to have, hopefully, we don't have the big eyes that we may have had last year or the year before with people that hadn't been out there on that Friday night and had that Friday night experience. So we have guys that have been in the fire. We've had big wins. We've had losses. We've had ups and we've had downs. And hopefully now we can draw on that experience week in and week out. And these guys can help their teammates understand that, we got to be able to handle the highs and lows of the season, and there's always going to be both.
Sam, your program and yourself kind of got drug in the Rush Probst hype a couple of weeks ago. I'm not going to ask you about what did or didn't happen on the field, but I am going to ask you your thoughts on the article that came out, and was it fair?
Yeah, so here's a fun fact. Before I started coaching, I actually worked at the Birmingham News under Ron Ingram and covered high school athletics, football, basketball, baseball, all sports, and I could only imagine the response I would have gotten if I would have brought back an article and the headline says "Grown Man Says Bad Word." That doesn't really seem like it would be part of the normal routine of the media. But I guess times have changed since those days. When you at a 7-on-7 setting, there's no fans, there's no band, there's no PA. Everybody kind of hears everything, right? And when you're in those kind of things, players are competing, coaches are competing, and sometimes things get said, and should it be headline news? Absolutely not. And now I think I'm not going to fall into the trap of letting this be a coach versus a coach kind of thing. I spoke to Coach immediately after that. I'm talking seconds after what was spun in the article as a scene. What we talked about was ticket prices and parking. Seconds after this whole thing. So to think that there's all this animosity between coaches and programs and all that in the big picture is simply not true. I mean, you have people that are competing their tail off, trying to win a game, trying to push the right buttons within their team to get their players playing the best, and sometimes it can be spun to look like something that it's really not. So that whole thing, in my opinion, was extremely overblown in every sense of the word.
Jaden, summer has been a lot of success in 7-on-7 passing competitions. Do you think there are going to be any plays for running backs?
Oh yeah, for sure. Even in the passing game, Mason Mims always gives me the ball no matter what we in. We can go in one drive and I'll probably touch the ball at least once, and everybody else will touch it too. Yeah. I'm not I actually love my relationship that I have with Mason Mims. Running my check downs, he always remembers to look at me, and I like that.
Coach, it seems like you have a lot of depths and returners in the wide receiver room. Can you talk about that? And Judd, can you talk about being a part of that?
You want to talk about it first?
We added one actually added two. Two brothers came from Lincoln, and Kamari Hampton is a name to know. He will be the one to look out for this year. He'll move a lot of sticks. We have 4 starters that can change the game in a matter of seconds, and we have people behind that can do the same. We have a lot of depth, and it'll help.
Yeah, I think and kind of tying it back into what Jaden was talking about right before that, I mean, there's only one ball out there, right? But the kind of the old Mike Leach definition of balance wasn't necessarily run to pass, which that's a part of it too. But it's being able to have multiple guys on the field that can be big threats, and we have that in different positions. You know, and our receiving core, each one of those guys is very talented. They also bring a different skill set to the table. You know, Kamari Hampton that Judd just spoke about, he earned an offer because of the way he performed at UAB. He's a longer guy that can go up and get balls out of the air and then, you know, make a lot happen after the catch. You know, Judd has good speed and is really good at working kind of the second level routes. Really, he's not as much of the over the top kind of guy, but he's more of, you know, find the creases in the middle of the zones. You got you know, Nick Richardson, who is, you know, one of the most underrated football players probably that I've ever coached. I mean, he's a really polished route runner, and there was nobody that we played last year that had a lot of success trying to cover him one-on-one. And then you got, you know, DK Wilson, you got Nick Hampton, you got Jaden Lewis in the tight end spots that kind of bring something else to the table. So, I mean, we're really excited about where we are, really all of our offensive skill spots.
I got one for the players and one for you, Coach. For the players, when your playing career is over at Oxford, how do you want to be remembered? And then, Coach, what is it about this year's team? Like, what excites you about this year's team compared to teams you've had the past couple of years at Oxford?
I want my leadership role to be remembered.
I just want to leave a legacy that can be remembered and maybe like set an example for like the people that's like a Keenan Britt. Like, I'm 3 years older, but we've played the same amount of time. I mean, we've grown a connection, and me and him played together, but he's going to be there when I'm gone. I mean, just leaving it to younger people to, you know, try to be great.
What stands out to me about this group of guys for this particular season is that they seem to take just a lot of joy in competition. Whether we're talking about, you know, we're competing on the lasers to see who runs the fastest 10-yard split in the off season in February and March, or each individual drill that we're working against each other, or a 7-on-7 or 11-on-11 or an inside drill. I think they do a really good job of competing fiercely at the time against their teammates or their opponent, but then they also have the maturity at this point to take joy in the success of other people. That's something that a lot of teams struggle with, and we've struggled with in the past. You know, there can be the temptation sometimes. It's just human nature. If my teammate starts getting some publicity over here or scores some touchdowns, an immature team may start having a little bit of jealousy kind of creep in. And I really haven't seen that with these guys at all. All they care about is the number that's on the scoreboard, regardless of who's putting the points up there.
I got one final question, then we'll wrap it up, Coach. Last year I was at Huntsville High that first game, and Sam Robertson had an unbelievable first half. I think he had 4 touchdown receptions, was just having the game of his life, and then on a touchdown play broke his collarbone and was out for 8 or 9 weeks or whatever. Mm-hmm. To Jaden and Judd, things like that happen? Does it make you realize that you're one play away from, you know, your playing days being over, and to cherish and love every moment that you have, knowing that could happen in this game?
What you just said is the exact thing that happened to me. So, yeah, I realized that you got to play the game smart.
I mean, you go into whatever you do knowing it could be your last. I mean, you could wake up tomorrow and it be your last day. But, I mean, I don't think that really matters. You just go out there and do it to the best of your ability.
Well, we're excited about Oxford football this year, Coach. It's going to be a great year. We feel like, all of us locally here with the media and the quarterback club. Let's close it out by having your final thoughts.
Yeah, again, thank you all for having us out here. I mean, this is one of the events that we look forward to every year, and it's always good to get to shine the light on the work that a lot of these teams have put in for the last several months. And, you know, we've got another few weeks before we get our home opener at Oxford, and that'll be Huntsville High coming in. We have 2 good contests before that. We'll take on Fort Payne in a jamboree game on the road. We'll go to McAdory for our season opener on the road. Then, like I said, Huntsville back at home. And, you know, we're just looking forward to having huge crowds out there and, you know, getting these guys the support that they deserve.
Very good. Oxford Yellow Jackets, 6A football. We wish you the best this year. Coming up next, Walter Welborn Panthers.
Hello everyone, Tony Russell, General Manager of Sonny King Ford. And boy, do we have unbelievable markdown on used cars that you do not want to miss. It's time to make the best deal on a used car. Shop our wide selection of used trucks and premium pre-owned models. Don't wait another day. Come by and see me, Tony Russell, and let's make a custom deal for you. Find great savings on pre-owned used cars at Sonny King Ford on the sunny side of the street, Anniston, Oxford.
So y'all been talking for 6 months now?
Yes, this is my soulmate. I'm so excited.
Well, we're about to go find out.
Why are we at a cemetery?
Well, it seems like you've been drug fished. You've been talking to fentanyl this whole time. I'm so sorry.
Second Chance, serving Calhoun, Cleburne, Etowah, and Talladega counties. Second Chance provides safe shelter and supportive services for domestic and dating violence victims and offers educational outreach to residents of the communities served, empowering victims in their recovery and the public towards intervention in these crimes. If you or someone you know is in an abusive relationship, please have them call and see if we can help. Thank you.
Got your quick lunge in, Coach? What's that? Got your quick lunge in? That's one of them one-legged squats.
We would now like to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 2023 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Walter Welborn Panthers. Welborn competes in 3A Region 4. The head coach of the Welborn Panthers is Jeff Smith. Today, Coach Smith has brought with him his quarterback, Noah Screws, and an offensive and defensive tackle, Andrew Salter. Coach Smith, we'll just start with your opening comments.
Well, first, I'd like to thank the Calhoun County Quarterback Club for having us here today. It's good to see everybody from the media, and I tell you what, it's like Christmas. You know, we work all year long, And now football season's here, and it'll go by a blink of an eye, and then it'll be over, and we'll be getting ready for the next one. So it's exciting times.
All right, let's open it up to questions. Namath, you have a question, I'm sure.
This is actually a non-football question, Coach, but the amount of time you watch film and the amount of time you cut grass, if you combine those, how many hours a day you think that is?
I don't know. I think when I was hired, I didn't look at the contract good enough because I think I signed up to be the janitor and the grass cutter, and I coach for free.
Jeff, obviously new quarterback this year. Can you speak to what Noah brings to the table and what you've also got some other new guys in the backfield this year. Can you break that down?
Well, Noah has been with our program. Gosh, I tell you what, he's 18 now. I've been the head coach going on 15 years now, so I've been watching this number 11 out there on the field from midget football all the way up. And he is a hard worker. He has not missed a single workout this summer. I don't think you missed one last summer either, did you, Noah? So he's missed no workouts in the last 2 years. He does everything we asked of him. He is Mr. Consistent, and he has full respect from our team. And we're just really looking forward to him, leading our team this year.
This is a question here in the middle. Andrew and Noah, this is for you two guys. Obviously, you're leaders on the team. Coach thought enough to bring you to this event today, and I know that's an honor. It could have been the guy playing next to you, but it was you two. Tell us what that means to you, and what type of leader do you think you are in others' eyes? Are you a vocal leader, or lead by example, or an encourager? To reflect on yourself for a moment after you talk about the honor of being here today. We'll start with you, Noah.
I'm just real thankful to be here today. He could have picked anybody else, but he picked me. And so I'm real thankful. And then what kind of leader I am, I'm not really the vocal type, so I lead by example.
I'm real thankful to be here. It's just an honor to be represented as a leader for my team, and I feel like I'm more of a vocal leader and just try and pick up the guys, and just hopefully we can stay together as a team today, or this season, and just go deep into the playoffs.
We've got another question here with Jim, but
before we go to the next question, I got to speak on Andrew. Andrew ran balls for us when he was a kid, and Andrew actually is slimmed up a lot more than he was when he was younger, and so we would be out on the field before the game start, and we'd be like warming up and everything, and a football field's 120 yards long, it's 53 1/3 yards wide, and at that time I was a lot heavier than I am now. And I'd be standing out there watching us warm up right there, and Andrew would make sure he found me during warm-ups right there, and run slap into me and about knock me out before the game even started. It got to be like tradition. I had to start kind of looking for him, and he'd still get me.
That'll wake you up before the game.
That's it.
Coach, I got a couple for you. One of them's personal, one of them's about the program. How many times have you watched Elvis?
Oh, me? The movie. The movie last year, at least a dozen.
Yeah.
At least a dozen.
And
been to Graceland 3 times.
All right. Earlier in the program today, we were talking to Coach Ginn about the facilities out at Alexandria in the stadium, and a lot of the same things I think can be said about your place, the Hill, as far as what kind of community support you have, and just really what a special atmosphere it is. And I know it means a lot to you personally.
Oh, definitely. It means a lot to me personally. I mean, being from Wellborn and being able to coach at Wellborn, it's very special. But talking about our facility and our place and our atmosphere, I truly believe Friday Night Lights is Wellborn football. And I think playing, putting that black helmet on, wearing that black jersey and playing on the Hill is very special. And we're not just playing the game, but we're trying to represent our school and our community, and most importantly, all the guys that's played for Wellborn in the past.
Question back here.
No, there have been a lot of folks whose last name is Screws play at Wellborn. How much of an impact does that family connection going back a long time have on you and your desire to play?
I've had a lot of family play for Wellborn and play for Coach Smith here. It's just I just want to keep on leading, be in the family line, just keep on leading and play like them, play how my family played. I had my cousin, he went up to play at JSU. I just want to keep on leading by example and playing with the last name Screws.
For Coach and Andrew, can you guys talk about the offensive line and kind of what they're looking to bring this year?
I'll let Andrew answer that. Go ahead, Andrew.
I feel like our offensive line is really experienced, and we have a good bit of heavier players, something that we didn't have last year. We was all a little bit lighter, and even speaking for myself, I weighed a lot less than I did now, and I feel like it's just going to be a lot harder to move us around on the line, and I feel like everybody's got their technique really down pat on the offensive and defensive line, and I feel like we're going to be a real big aspect to the team.
I feel like our strength of our team will be our offensive and defensive lines this year. I think anybody around us would say the same thing. You know, our offensive line is coached by Coach Jordan Houston. He does an outstanding job with them, and our defensive line is coached by Coach Allen Russell. And I feel like we're very fortunate, but we've got the best offensive and defensive line coaches around this area, if not in the state.
Coach, I know all eyes are on Anniston. You don't like looking ahead, but looking at this region, you've went at it with Sachs and Randolph County since I was in high school. Just talk about this region, new coach at Sachs, new coach at Weaver. Just talk about navigating week by week.
Well, you know, I'll speak about the region is, you know, we were all excited about getting out of the region that we were in the north because it was such a gauntlet. And then we got put in the south region. And once we got put in that south region, we just got put into a gauntlet in the south. You know, we have Sachs and Weaver, which are big rivals for us. And then Randolph County's back in it right there, which we've had, you know, countless wars with. Then we have Dayville in there, which had an outstanding team last year. And then you throw Childersburg in the mix, is very athletic. And then Beulah was a very young team last year. We had to go into the Eastern time zone to play them last year. Now they'll have to come up there and play us. So, you know, the region's very tough, and you know, but I think we're up for the challenge.
Coach Smith, talk just a moment about maybe reflect on your career. I mean, obviously you had Judd all the way through. You coached him. Jet came along. You know, the kids are out of school now. What motivates Jeff Smith to still want to do what he does with the passion that you have?
And I can answer that and answer it very truthfully. You know, growing up, I came from a single-parent home. I never met my father. My mother had to work all the time, and my grandmother raised me. So Coach Battles was that male figure that I needed in my life, and he made such an impact on me. I felt like when I was thinking about what I wanted to do with my life, I felt like that I needed to go back and coach and try to make the impact that was made on me, and that is what I've tried to do all these years, you know. And you know, I feel like we've been able to do that, and that's what motivates me to continue on, try to make that positive difference in these young men's lives that was made in mine, and that's the only reason I'm even sitting up here. I wouldn't even be sitting up here talking to you if that hadn't happened to me.
As we get close to wrapping it up, if there's any other questions, raise your hand. But I've got one more for the players. Andrew and Noah, will you do anything different this year, getting ready for games on Friday? Will you stop and smell the roses, as they say, a little bit more, realizing that, you know, sooner or later, your high school career and every man in this room that played ball, there comes a day to where you don't put that uniform on anymore. Will it be a little bit more special this fall?
Yes, sir. I mean, it's going to feel like I've been playing football my whole life since kindergarten, so it's going to be a lot different playing it's going to be my last first game this year when we go against Anniston. So it's obviously going to have a lot bigger impact on me, and I'm just going to try my hardest to leave everything on the field this year.
Yes, sir. It's going to mean a lot. It's my last year playing football. I'm going to take practices. I'm going to practice. I'm not just going to go through the motions. I'm going to go through every practice. And then the games, I'm going to put it all out on the line.
Jeff, you're one of the senior coaches in the county now, and of course we've got a lot of new first-year head coaches that are challenged with trying to turn around programs. You've had to do this when you came back to Wellborn. If they called you and asked you for your advice, what would you tell them?
Well, this is, you know, I've been fortunate to be a part of doing that 3 different places. And I think the big thing is what you do is you got to hit your fundamental basic beliefs that you know that will work. You believe in your weight program. You believe in what you're doing offensively and defensively, the philosophies, and you believe in how you're going to discipline your team. Now, as you go, it's going to get tough. You're going to have setbacks. You're going to have things that happen that you don't expect. But if you'll stick to your knitting and stick to what you believe in, sooner or later, the bad will become good. And you just got to stay the course. You got to put your blinders on and get to work and stay the course, and right there, and you can turn it around. But you've got to put your blinders on and plug your ears up and just get to work, and then sooner or later, good things will happen.
Coach, as we wrap it up and get your final thoughts, before that, I'll encourage anybody listening to this to take in a game up on the hill if they've never been there. Absolutely. You know, in the last few years, I went to a Wellborn-Piedmont game 2 or 3 years ago that would rival any I've ever seen in my life. But as we wrap up, we wish you all the best this fall. We're going to keep up with you, but just close it out with your final thoughts.
Well, again, thank you so much for putting this on. You know, Coach Odell back there, he talked about doing this for years, and we sure do appreciate y'all putting this on. I think it puts a great light on high school athletics, and especially our area in Calhoun County. You mentioned the Hill. We've got several places around Calhoun County, Death Valley, the Creek Bank, the Hill. They're very special places and very special places to go play. And I think that all of us together need to keep that in mind and remember and try our best to keep those places special. And thank you again for having us.
Thank you, Coach Smith. Walter Wellborn Panthers. Look forward to their season. Thank you, guys. We'll see you. Coming up next, Sacs Wildcats.
It's done, man. It's time to come together and change the culture. Let's do the little things right. Let's not worry about what the school board says. You do what you've been coached to do. You do it. Don't worry about everything else. Do your job to 100% because your brother next to you means more than the name on the back of your jersey. You come into our house, you get hit in the mouth. You come into our house, you earn it. Respect ain't given. Respect is taken, and we take it tonight. It's prime time, baby. It's prime time, baby.
smallest person on our team. A slot wide receiver.
That's a slot wide receiver. But Nick do got a big head though. It's more like a box.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're gonna keep it at you. Okay. Yes, sir. Our heartbeat didn't accelerate to Coach Freedy walk.
It's starting to get real. Starting to get real. No, sir.
They tried to. So make sure your language go to the part. It wasn't my choice.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and now it's time to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 2023 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Sacs Wildcats. Sacs competes in 3A Region 4. The head coach of the Wildcats is Alfonso Freeney. Today, Coach Freeney has brought with him wide receiver, defensive back Christian Smith, and linebacker McKees Gaffney. Coach Freeney, we will start with your opening comments.
Absolutely. First off, I just want to say thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here. I'm excited to be here with these two young men. They're big. They've been a big part of our program. I also want to say thank you to my wife. You know, it wasn't an easy move. You know, coming all the way from Tampa and trying to come, move back here and having two young kids. So I have to say thank you to her. I also want to say thank you to the Sacs community. Thank you to Principal Taylor. And so many people that I need to thank, and I also want to thank God, for giving me this opportunity. And I'm excited. I'm excited to be back. This is my second home. I played as a Gamecock 2006 to 2010. I was part of the Ole Miss upsets, what everybody likes to talk about. Jack Crow is my coach. I've learned so many things from him that I take on now. So I'm just glad to be here. Glad to be here.
Very good, Coach. All right, we'll start with questions and remind the coach and players to speak into the microphone. Joe Medley.
Alfonso, just having coached in Florida and being aware of what high school football is like here, how do you compare and contrast?
So I think in Florida, you have some special athletes in Florida. You have a lot of talent in Florida and things like that. Those kids, I was talking to these guys on the way over here. I think the biggest difference is in Florida, they have so many resources for those student athletes there that maybe these guys don't have. We're talking about half my kids, will finish doing 7-on-7 and they're going out playing for another 7-on-7 team, or they're going to their private trainer and those kind of things. So I think as far as like those kind of things, that's a big difference from there and here. But the one thing that I do see here is there's so much to do there that you don't really get to bond as a team. Like, my guys will have in Florida that we'll have workouts, and as soon as workouts are over, they're gone. You know, like I probably spend more time with these guys than I do, you know, my own kids at home right now. And you know, that's not a bad thing. These guys are my kids too, and I tell them that as well. But I think that's a big difference in how they work. They just want to be around. If it ain't football, then they want to go and have open gym, or they want to go out and throw by themselves. Like, I don't even have to be there, you know. I can just be afar to watch them, and that's been really, really refreshing to see that.
For the players, what have you learned about your coach in the time that you guys have been together? And for Coach Freeney, can you talk about what you've learned about your team in the short time that you've been here?
I'll go first. I learned that a lot of guys they really want this. They put in the effort. I'm one of the guys who ride with Coach to practice every day. I get there at about 7, and we don't leave until around some days 3 or 4. A lot of the guys have put in extra work. We got a group chat, and people are calling in. We having 7-on-7s amongst each other. It's just an effort that I learned about my team that we really wanted.
Same thing what he said. We just, been after it and having to become a team, having to build a base of the team, start all the way over with a new coach. It's just been a great experience, really. Coach Freeney, he welcomed us in with open arms, and we just been, we took off from there.
This is for Coach. There was an article that posted that said you made a winner out of a winless team. And I was just wondering what's one thing that you could take away from that experience and apply it to the SACS program. Also, go Gamecocks.
Go Gamecocks. So I think what I can take from that is believe in your kids, and that's all that was at Pasco. Is we really went in there and, man, like I tell you, X and O's, there's only so many X and O things you can do when it comes to football. But if you really focus on the kid as an individual and you focus on building them to be better young men and better husbands, fathers, and those kind of things, all the other stuff's going to fall in line. So I think I'm just going to take that from what we did at Pasco. I mean, we were very basic when it came to X and O's, but we just made our kids understand that they're not average, that they were great, and it's the same thing that we're doing with these kids now.
To Christian and Marquise, you were used to one guy running the program for a long time. How is he different from what you knew?
It's a lot more expectation that he puts into us. Like, he expects us to be the leaders and make everybody around us great, and that's what's really pushing us to try to be the best we can, try to be leaders around the younger grades and the underclassmen. We just try to show them that if we can do it, they can do it too.
It is a different coach. Coach Miller's a great coach on the field, but Coach Freeney has really been striving to teach us to be better young men. It's been days where it'd be a minor thing, a kid get in trouble, but we got this thing called Circle of Truth. Guys are going out there, we're making up for it. He's teaching us how to be leaders, how to take accountability to make sure our younger kids get on the right track.
Coach, next question back here.
Marquise, you apparently going to get to play just on defense. How did you avoid offense?
How did I avoid offense?
He's going to play some offense, too. Don't let him.
You didn't avoid that.
Tell me about offense, too.
All right. Offense, I didn't really get to play offense last year because Coach Miller, we had a couple weapons, so I really wasn't in the need to play offense. This year, I'm very excited to play offense, actually. I'm ready to see what I can do with the ball in my hands and see what we can do this upcoming season.
Yeah, Coach, first off, welcome back home.
Thank you.
Good to have you back.
Good to be back.
Talk a little bit about what process went in your mind when you saw this opportunity at SACS was open. I mean, this is a program that a coach doesn't have to come in and turn it around because the program's been pretty successful over the past decade or so. Talk about what got you excited about coming to SACS.
I think the biggest thing the first part of the process was making sure my wife was okay with it. So, without her being okay with it, it wouldn't happen. So, like I said, I appreciate her so much. But, what really got me excited is the opportunity to come back here. I knew SACS had been really good, and they've made some regional final runs and probably should have been in a state championship game one year. But I think my biggest thing is being able to come back and give back to the kids that's, around the area that I played college football. So like also being able to try to market them and get them the opportunities that I had. You know, I want all of them to be able, and you know, I'm honest with them at what level they can go play at and those kind of things, but just getting them the opportunity to go play college ball and those kind of things. So that really makes me excited to be back and being able to do that.
Question back here, Coach.
Coach, Sachs has been going at it with Welborn and Randolph County for years. I mean, just seems like they've been in the same region all the time. You also got Dadeville, Weaver, new head coach as well, Childersburg and Beulah. I know you're new to Sachs, obviously, but just your early thoughts on the region.
So my early thoughts on the region is we're in a really good region. We have some really good teams that's going to compete for that region championship. And I think we're going to be one of those teams. I think if these kids do what they're supposed to do, and not only the kids, but the coaches as well, you know, like we got to coach them up. We got to make sure they're ready on Friday night. But I think if we do our job and they do their job, that we're going to make a run at this thing.
Alfonso, Mike, he's made a reference to some offense. What role will he be playing, and who steps in for quarterback for you this year?
So we actually have a kid that he transferred in, Jamoris Young. He'll be the starting quarterback. We have Gage Brown, who played a little quarterback last year, but he's gonna spot play some quarterback, and he'll also play some tight end and things like that. Marquise here, he's gonna be our Y. He's gonna play some tight end and those things. You know, Marquise can be a weapon on the offense side of the ball, so we're gonna make sure that we use that and we allow him to show his abilities too, because again, like my goal is to be able to get these kids, you know, I got to be able to market my kids to college coaches. So, you know, I'm trying to put them in that position where I can do that.
Question back here, Coach.
Coach, I mean, you see Jacksonville State, and they're going to FBS this season under Rich Rodriguez. Can you talk about not only having a Division I FBS team in your backyard, but also it being, you know, your alma mater as well?
Oh man, I think it's pretty cool. You know, I wish we was getting some of those things when I was there, but you know, I like to think that, you know, we were part of the foundation that's kind of helped, you know, get JSU to where they are now. But it's very exciting, and I still have some relationships up there at the school, and that's very beneficial where I can go in and, you know, kind of sit with those guys or talk to them. You know, I'll call some of them whenever I have questions and those kind of things. So it's really pretty cool, and, you know, my kids are actually excited. My son, he runs around, he wears two shirts all the time, a Sachs football shirt and a Jacksonville State Gamecock shirt. And he runs around the house and saying, "Stay cocky" all day. And, you know, I think that's really cool just to have him and my daughter around, you know, where I played college ball and kind of where I left a legacy. And, you know, that's the same thing I want for these guys, is I want them to be able to leave a legacy and be able to come back to it when they want to come back to it.
Coach, can you talk about the coaching staff you put together?
Yeah, so I want to say we have 12 coaches, which is going to be phenomenal. You know, I was talking to Principal Taylor. He said it's kind of unheard of for a smaller school to have as many coaches as we do, but he's done a very good job of working with me. And you know, we've been fortunate enough to have some coaches come in and be in the school, and I think that's a big thing too. I think it's very important to have coaches in the building. So I think we have, I want to say, 4 or 5 coaches going to be in the building. Coach Ginn, he'll be my defensive coordinator, and you know, Coach Ginn is he was there last year. So he'll be the defense coordinator and the assistant head coach. I think he deserves it. You know, he does a lot of things for Sachs, and so he'll be there. We hired Malachi Beverly. He's straight out of college from JSU, and he'll be our junior high head football coach. And you know, around that, you know, I have Rocky Hayes. You know, he was a Cleveland County kid, and you know, he was a great athlete around here. Went on to play at Arkansas State. He's going to be coaching the DBs. I have a coach. I have a few more coaches that, you know, I won't name them all, but we have a pretty good staff.
Tell us a little more about Jamoris Young, where he came from, and what he brings to the table.
So Jamoris Young, he's a young guy. I think his dad was a running back for, I want to say Welborn or someone. So he played in the county. His dad is actually, he's going to be one of our coaches on staff. He's actually at the school too. He's came into the school, but I think he came from Ohatchee. I think he was in 8th grade last year. He'll be a freshman this year. The kid doesn't look like it though. He looks like he's a senior, and he carries himself that way. He can throw the ball really well. It's just the little things. You know, he's young, so teaching him the football things, coverages, and how to see the field and how to, you know, anticipate, you know, passes and those kind of things. But he's a great football player. He's going to be very special. I think his older brother was Sean Purnell, that played quarterback at Saks a few years prior. So he has that pedigree in him, and I think he's going to do a great job.
Coach, we welcome you on behalf of the Quarterback Club and all the media here back to Calhoun County. Look forward to great things coming out of Wildcat Country this fall. Let's wrap it up, and we'd like to have your final thoughts.
So my final thoughts are, you know, once again, I just want to say thank you, and thank all you for being here. Thank you for what you do. I know you guys probably, you know, don't get all the access all the time, but anytime you guys want access with me, you know, I'm a phone call away, so just let me know. Whatever I can do to, you know, showcase these kids and put their talents out there, then, you know, I'm going to do that. So I really appreciate you guys. And, again, I just want to say thank you to my wife for allowing me to do, you know, have one of the best jobs in the country, you know, and these guys also for being who they are, being great young men. And, you know, I wouldn't be where I am today, and I wouldn't be, you know, we wouldn't be as far as we are as a team if it wasn't for these two and the rest of the guys that's at home watching. So thank you to the Saks football team, and thank you to the Saks community for having open arms for me.
Very good. Welcome again, and we'll look forward to great things. Saks Wildcats coming up next on the stage, Ohatchee Indians.
The Coosa Valley, on the banks of the Coosa River in Gadsden, Alabama. Fishing, boating, and paddling, and home to Team One Chevrolet. Team One Chevy has been serving generations for years. Even the grandkids are grown. Come by and see why so many people come back to Team One Chevy in Gadsden.
Home of the best people, the best service, period.
At Dunn's HVAC Plumbing and Electrical, we know how hard it is to find a dependable company you can trust. The time-consuming effort can be frustrating and overwhelming. We believe what matters is getting back to what's important to you. Dunn's HVAC Plumbing and Electrical is built upon honesty, integrity, and also trust. We are your local choice for all your HVAC plumbing and electrical needs, serving Calhoun, Jefferson, Shelby, and surrounding areas. Visit our website at callduns.com to schedule your appointment for dependable service done right.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, maybe even ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. That's when I found this, the Brux Night Guard. Now, the Brux Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brux Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Go to BruxNightGuard.com and order yours today.
give your 5-minute speeches. Just be prepared. It's competition.
You know, some people don't get to talk much at home, I guess. Anyway, next up on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, now like to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 2023 Calhoun County High School Football Media Days, the #1 school in the county, puts out pretty good products, the Ohatchee Indians. Ohatchee competes in 3A Region 6. The head coach of the Indians, Coach Chris Finley. Today, Coach Finley has brought with him Jesse Baswell and Will Folsom. Coach Finley, we will start with your opening comments, and welcome.
I want to thank you guys for having us out today. This is always a really good event for coaches and players. I want to thank the Quarterback Club for all you do for all the kids in our area. We've seen that firsthand over the past few years. This is, it's an exciting time with football right around the corner every year. I just want to thank you guys for putting something like this on and highlighting our guys, leading into football season. I'm going to talk about the two guys I brought here. We've talked over the past couple of years about, last year we were a sophomore-heavy team. This year we're going to talk about being a junior-heavy team. But we don't want that to take away from our senior class. We've only got 3 seniors, so you're pretty much looking at our senior class right here. But these guys do a fantastic job of leadership. This has been a inconsistent summer. That's probably the best way I can describe it. We lost 4 or 5 coaches from last year, counting full-time staff and we had some really good volunteers that have been able to go on and get full-time jobs at other places. So it's one of those summers where you have a day or two where it's just 2 of us there running workouts, but we've been able to hire some coaches, bring some guys in. But it's just a testament to the leadership of guys like this that we're still able to have a really positive summer, with all that consistency, with coaches disappearing, new coaches coming in, that kind of stuff. But to talk about these guys, I brought Will Folsom. Will is new to Ohatchee. He moved in last year. We're really excited to have him and see what he can do to help us out. Will is from Donahoe last year. Started at quarterback for Donahoe. He may play quarterback for us. He's going to play on the defensive side of the ball for us. We're working him into a little safety right now. But he came in last year and had an incredible attitude, work ethic. Automatically took a leadership role in the weight room and on the baseball field as well. Will's also an incredible baseball player, so we're really excited to have him in all aspects of our program. And also Jesse Baswell. Jesse's been part of our program for a really long time, and there's years and times where it looked like Jesse may be the only senior, coming through this group. He may have his own senior night, but we're really excited that, to have Will along and Chris Siniglio, our other senior that's not here with us today. But Jesse last year was a do-it-all guy for us. Jesse played. He probably started games at more different positions than anybody on our team. I think Jesse started at quarterback for us. He started at tailback for us. He started at tight end, and through the year he played either defensive line, he played linebacker, he played safety, corner, whatever we needed him to do. He was always willing to do it for us and succeed at it. And notice I've got both these guys listed as athletes, and I think that kind of speaks to the kind of team that we have. We've got a team full of guys, especially at our skill position level, that can play anything, that can do anything we need them to do. They're very versatile, and these two especially. I know that I can count on these two to do just about anything. I can count on them to run routes, catch, to block, to play quarterback, to play defense, do whatever I need them to do. These are 2 guys that I can really count on, and I'm really happy to have both of them. But again, thank you guys for having us here, and we're excited to get going.
Coach, while he's getting his mic ready, I'll ask this. I know we don't like to look back as much, but last year, a very strange year on the Creek Bank because of injuries right out of the gate. But then you had a stretch toward the end of the season where you won several in a row and made the playoffs due to a three-way tiebreaker. That was one of the strangest things I've ever seen. But to just reflect for just a minute or two on last season.
Well, that's something that we obviously started off the year and didn't expect the injuries to happen and all that kind of stuff. This is something I've talked about a little last year, but the nature of the injuries weren't serious. We didn't lose anybody, for a season. Nothing. There was no serious injuries. There's injuries that caused, 4, 5, 6 week absences, whatever it was. But in that time, the younger guys that were thrown in the fire were allowed to get some experience. They were allowed to grow into it, for a few games. When we took our lumps, against a few teams. But by the end of the year, we've built a depth that we didn't have before. We've got a lot of younger guys that now have played real games, real minutes, started in games that we needed, and played full games against solid opponents. So by the end of the year, we had built that depth that we didn't have before, and it ended up coming through for us. We were able to get every player that was injured early was able to come back, and we were able to make that run right there at the end.
Coach, he kind of asked my question, so I'll kind of punt and shift. Let's just talk about this region. Obviously, Steve Smith goes to Westbrook, and you go, okay, he's still in the region, but then you add Jonathan Miller,
Right.
and then you got Sylvania, I think, only lost one starter. Plainview just hired Jeremy Pruitt to join Dale Pruitt. I mean, it just goes on. It's the toughest region in 3A and one of the toughest in the state. Talk about navigating that region week by week.
No, it's it doesn't get any easier. I know Geraldine, that's one you didn't mention, but they didn't lose very many starters either. They're going to come back and be really strong as a quarterfinalist from last year. And the teams that did make the playoffs, like Westbrook was a team that didn't make the playoffs last year, and you add Steve Smith to that, and you would assume that's going to improve. But yeah, it is what it is. It's a tough region, and we've got a tough non-region also. So it's just there's no weeks off, there's no breaks. It's just come to work every week, and the thing you do is you focus 1 week at a time. You focus 1 week. You can't look too far ahead and say, man, this region's so it's so tough because after this game we've got this, and after that game, that's the kind of stuff you want to avoid. You just look at who you got in front of you and do what you can to win that game.
Next question.
You mentioned Will might play quarterback this year. I remember they pitched it around a little bit at Nanaho last year. Is there a different look this year on offense, or are you looking at multiple different quarterbacks?
This is our quarterback position is up for competition just as it was last year. Jesse's also one that's played quarterback for us before too, and we've got Jake Robertson, who's going to be a junior, who played some last year in Bryce Noah's absence and Jesse's absence early in the year. Jake was able to get some quality reps there early, in the season. But no, I mean we believe in our offense. We believe in what we do. Coach John Williamson is actually going to be our offensive coordinator this year. With losing Coach Jennings and Coach Ginn on the defensive side of the ball, I'm going to step to the defensive side and run the defensive side. But Coach John Williamson is going to run our offense. He's been our offensive line coach for 8 years, I believe, and he knows the ins and outs of this offense probably better than I do. He's been over there. He was Coach Martin's right-hand man for many years there. He's been a head coach before. He's coached for a long time, and I really trust him on that side of the ball. So you shouldn't see too many changes from what we do.
Chris, I got a couple for you. Last year, of course, you guys started out with the bumpy road and lots of losses. How hard was it to keep the kids into what you were still trying to accomplish, knowing that it was a tough season?
To be honest, it wasn't that hard. I never noticed, maybe you notice on a Friday night, people are down. There's some heads hanging, once you lose 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row. But it really wasn't that difficult. We'd show back up on Sunday. They take their Saturday off. They show back up on Sunday, ready to watch the film, ready to learn from it, and then show back on Monday, ready to go, ready to practice. And by the time we got to Monday every week, everybody was, ready to go, and we truly believed we could win every game. And But the one thing I did keep preaching to them is that we still had a shot. Like, even once it got to 7, you look at the math, you look at the tiebreakers, and I'm like, guys, we're still in this. Like, we win these last 3? Yeah, it's been taken out of our hands a little. We have to have a couple of things happen for us. But this is still possible. We can still make the playoffs. We can still make a run at this thing. And, we finally did start picking up a few.
And my other question is, Ohatchee will forever be the first team to win the FNN Battle for the Belt. the kids seemed awfully excited after the game when they got that. Can you talk about that a little bit and what the bus ride was like home?
Well, that was twofold. You know, we win that, and they were, you know, obviously really excited about that, and that was a huge win for us as far as the playoffs too. We'd gotten the Hoax Bluff game the week before, and we got that game. And speaking of the bus ride home, we got to go check on one of the games that we needed help from, and got to celebrate somebody else winning. You know, that made it possible for us to stay alive that next week in the playoff race. So that was a really good night. You know, in multiple ways.
Coach, you were at Ohatchee for 9 years, and you were acting coach for a little bit, and then that title got removed from you, and then you got your foot all the way in the door. And then this goes for the players as well. But how has your experience been since you have now fully committed to that, and as well for the players, how has the coach been, and how have you enjoyed the experience of having him?
I'll go ahead and go first. The change was more off the field than on the field. I went from being an assistant on offense to calling the plays, and that's the biggest on-the-field change. But otherwise, on-the-field stuff was not the biggest adjustment for me. It was, you know, everything that goes into off the field. But you get a full year under your belt, and plus I had learned, I had got to be around Coach Martin for I think I coached for Coach Martin for 8 years, so I got to see the way he did things and learn from him. And I've also been able to coach under some other really good coaches, or play under some other really good coaches, and see the way they do things. So it wasn't a huge adjustment. It's obviously a small adjustment to mostly the off-field stuff, but I've really enjoyed it, and I've it's the transition I feel like has been smooth for me.
For us, it was just coming to work every day, doing the same thing. That's all it was.
Yeah, for the time I've been here, he's been a really, really good coach, and he's helped us out a lot and kept us on our toes, working hard every week. So he's helped us out a lot so far.
Next question. Thank you.
Jesse, I remember watching you when you were a freshman and thinking, this guy ain't going to survive. How much weight have you put on? How much size have you put on? How much bulk have you put on in the last 3 years?
Probably about 30-something pounds, maybe 35. Stay in the weight room every day.
Chris, and I'll ask Jesse this too, because you've been around the program for a long time. You mentioned all the coaching turnover this offseason. There was a group of guys that's been together for a long time, and now things have kind of dispersed. How different is it? And I'll ask Jesse the same question. What's it like getting used to new faces?
Okay. Well, it's twofold for me. This year especially, we lose Coach Blake Jennings, who was our defensive coordinator, been the defensive coordinator at Ohatchee for 10 years, I believe, and basically the co-head coach at Ohatchee for 10 years. The way that Coach Martin run things, and the way that I did as well, is we ran the offensive side of the ball, and Coach Jennings ran the defensive side. Last year I helped some positionally during practice or whatever, but once we got to Fridays, he ran it on that side of the ball, and I never had to think one thing about it. So he's essentially been a co-head coach for a long time, and then also Coach Bryant Ginn. Coach Ginn had stepped away from football for a little while, but in that mid-season transition, I called him and asked if he'd come back and help me out, and he did. And I really, really appreciate him for that. But, for me, it's twofold. You lose both of those guys, and those are solid football coaches. But those are also two of my best friends. We've been around each other for my entire life, really. And so you lose a little of that camaraderie, that, sort of brotherhood with your coaches when you spent that much time with them. But we've been able to bring some really solid coaches in the last couple of weeks, really. We've had to replace those two as far as head basketball coach and head baseball coach as well. But I think we've really hit a home run with the guys that we've been able to bring in. And between actual staff hires and new volunteers, we're bringing in 5 new guys, and all 5 of those guys I'm really, really confident in and excited to have them.
This is for the players. When this season is said and done, your playing career is over, how do you want to be remembered at Ohatchee High School?
Just to have a good season, have a winning season.
Yeah, having a good winning season, and that we impacted a lot in doing that.
All right. Coach, we wish you and the players the best this year. Look forward to things coming out of the Creek Bank that's positive, and we're excited for y'all. We'll take your closing thoughts and we'll wrap it up with whatever you want to finish with.
Okay. I'll keep it quick. I just want to say again, thank you guys for having us up here and shining a spotlight on our players in this county and everything you do for all our kids in this area. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Coach. Again, good luck on the season. To the Ohatchee Indians. Coming up next on the stage will be the Donahoe Falcons.
It's done, man. It's time to come together and change the culture. Let's do the little things right. Let's not worry about what the school board says. You do what you've been coached to do. You do it. Don't worry about everything else. Do your job to 100% because your brother next to you means more than the name on the back of your jersey. You come into our house, you get hit in the mouth. You come into our house, you earn it. Respect ain't given. Respect is taken, and we take it tonight. It's prime time, baby. It's prime time, baby.
you speaking in the microphone. I feel like you go.
I feel like it's too close.
Do we get to take over, right?
I don't want the ring tag. That one goes. Satcher had that one in his office.
Yeah.
Really good.
If there's any school around here that might give up football, that might be it. Looking smooth there, Coach.
That's these two. That'll be internet.
Good afternoon, and we'd like to welcome Donahoe to the stage, the Chevrolet stage at the Calhoun County Quarterback Club Media Day. Donahoe competes in 1A Region 6. The head coach is Jeremy Satcher. And today, Coach Satcher has brought with him wide receiver linebacker Richard Goad and tight end defensive back Hayes Farrell. Coach Satcher, we'll start with your opening comments.
As always, first, just want to thank God for the opportunity to be here with you guys. We really appreciate what you do for not only the Donahoe School, but what you do for high school football here in Calhoun County. And I just want to say these two right here with me, I appreciate them going to this thing with me. And our guys here at home, they're working really hard, and so I'm very excited to see what type of season we're going to have, and I know it's going to be a good one for the Donahoe Falcons.
Your quarterback from last year was just sitting here. Who steps into that role this year?
Yeah, this year is going to be, his name is Kai Keckler. He's a big kid with a big arm, and so we're going to use that arm. Baseball kid, great kid. And so now it's just learning the game and just being confident. And I think for us as a whole and as a team, confidence is key. And, once we get that confidence, we're going to have a good season.
Coach, let's just talk about your region real quick. You were able to get in the playoffs last year as that 4th seed, but you opened region play immediately with Ragland. I mean, big region games. Just talk about navigating this region each week.
Yeah, like I mentioned before to a lot of other people, this is one of the toughest 1A regions in the state, and especially in the north, with Spring Garden, Wadley, Ragland, Winterboro. From top to bottom, it's a tough region. However, our kids know that. They're ready. They put in the work, and we ready to go out there with them and compete and win. That's what we expect to do, and so that's what we preach. High expectations, especially expectation to win, and so that's what we're gonna do.
Coach, not only are you the head football coach, but you were the athletic director, PE teacher, JSU analysis, offense coordinator, and everything. How does that help the development for the team, for the football team for Donahoe?
Well, I'll be Steve Gendron is the athletic director, and I assist him. And so, but no, you good, man. I had to make sure because without the administration at the Donahoe School, I won't be able to do anything that's necessary to be successful. And so I appreciate that from our administration. But all those other places I've been, it just prepared me to share the knowledge to them so they can be successful. Not a lot of coaches have been able to see those different levels, such as collegiate level, higher high school football. So now I can pass that knowledge to these two and the rest of the team for them to be successful.
To all three of you, what did it mean to get back in the playoffs last year for the first time in a while, and what's the next step?
So last year, being able to get in the playoffs was a big deal. That was one of our season goals. This year, of course, same goals to get back into the playoffs, and this year, be able to win and make the next round.
Oh yeah, definitely the same goals this year to make it to the playoffs, but we want to exceed and make it further. Last year getting into the playoffs was definitely a bigger deal because like the past 3 years we haven't made it.
Coach, can you talk about the what you see from the offensive and defensive lines and some faces and names that we might see this season?
You're gonna see a more experienced group, a group that knows more of what's going on. Some faces that you will see on the line would be Cash Worley, Braden Johnson, and then some more other people that's gonna come. I mean, one is sitting right behind you. He started for us as a 7th grader last year, like 7 games, and Luke Farrell, which is his little brother. So, more experienced group. I think they're more developed physically, and then I think they have more of an attitude that you're going to need to have to play offensive and defensive line.
This is for the players, and it's 2 questions. The first one is, what does it mean to you that Coach chose you two to be here? And the second question is, when your career is said and done at Donahoe, how do you want to be remembered?
So I think I'm really honored that Coach really picked me here to come and talk today. It's a big deal to me, most definitely, and I just want to leave a legacy at Donahoe. Being able to look back and be happy with the way I produced.
Yeah, I'm definitely grateful that Coach picked us to be here today. He picked us to be the leaders of the team, and when I leave Donahoe, I want to, of course, leave my legacy behind. So I want the other players to remember me.
Next question.
Hayes, how familiar are you with your family's history of athletic achievement in Calhoun County? Does your grandfather talk to you about his father?
Yes, sir, he has.
What kinds of things do you know about what your great-grandfather brought to the county?
I know he was a very successful football coach at multiple schools, and he won a lot of football games.
Hey, I can tell you right now, it's running through his blood too. It's running through his blood because you can see it at practice. He's going to hold everybody accountable, and he's going to make sure people know what to do and what not to do. And I know Mr. Farrell and his son and his grandsons, that's very important because even his little brother does the same thing. So he knows, trust me, he knows.
Any other questions? One in the front, Coach.
After being welcomed back to Donahoe, did you feel like it was something that you never left and it was just something that was there? It's immediately you picked up when you get back, or did you feel like it was something fresh and new, something that you could change more into shape and what you wanted for everyone for the better?
That's a good question. I feel like both. It's fresh and new, and with the familiarity that they have with me and the community have with me, it made it an easy transition. But the fresh and new part coming from having, knowledge, more knowledge, and bringing it back for them to be successful has been great. And with these two and the rest of the team, just looking to grow together more and be successful even more.
So, Coach, at this time, we're going to let you tie everything up with your closing remarks. Anything else you want to say about these 2 players going forward?
Hey, these 2 players right here, these 2 players are the leaders, and they know it. The team knows it. I'm proud of them. I'm proud of them of keeping everybody together and holding each other accountable. And so I'm very appreciative of that. They're extensions of me. But the closing remarks is, I'm just looking forward to get this thing started on Monday with first day of practice and then just having another successful season. We know what we need to do. High expectations are out in the air, and the guys, they're ready.
Thank you, Coach Thatcher. Donahoe Falcons. Thank y'all for being here today. We'll take a few minutes, and then we'll have Jacksonville Christian Academy.
Nice to meet you. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
For over 60 years, pain relief products were developed by big pharma and companies that could cause harmful side effects. Now there is something new in a topical pain relief product. Thousands of people who experience pain daily are now enjoying a safe pain relief product. This big discovery is Sweet Relief. Sweet Relief is a 100% all-natural OTC product that allows you to experience with no drugs, no chemicals, no alcohols, no CBDs, just fruit moisturizing with a tropical scent. Thousands have bought and used Sweet Relief with great success. Sweet Relief specializes in relieving minor arthritis, muscle and joint pain in 1 to 2 minutes. That's 1 to 2 minutes, not days or weeks. Order today. Go to www.mysweetrelief.com. That is mysweetrelief.com.
Talking is done, man. It's time to come together and change the culture. Let's do the little things right. Let's not worry about what the school board says. You do what you've been coached to do. You do it. Don't worry about everything else. Do your job to 100% because your brother next to you means more than the name on the back of your jersey. You come into our house, you get hit in the mouth. You come into our house, you earn it. Respect ain't given, respect is taken, and we take it tonight.
That day couldn't feel his legs at all. He said, imagine waking up and not being able to feel your legs at all. So, you know, then they're telling you it ain't cancer, only for it to be.
Jim, you good? Yes, sir. Okay, folks, we begin to wrap up Media Day here. We've got 2 more left on the stage, and next up, we're proud to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage today at the 2023 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Jacksonville Christian Thunder. JCA competes in 8-man Alabama Christian Association football. The head coach of the Thunder is Coach Tommy Miller. Coach Miller's brought with him lineman Leland Potts and lineman Preston Strawder. Coach Miller, we will start with your opening comments. Just speak into the microphone and welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to be here. We had a really good year last year, going all the way to the championship game, and unfortunately getting beat in the championship game. So we hope to duplicate that and maybe go a little further. However, we lost 6 seniors last year, both ways. And that's going to be a big blow to us. We know we're going to be rebuilding, but we've got some people that have stepped up. These 2 right here have been playing for a couple of years and have made a lot of progress in that time. We hope they're going to be able to fill some shoes that we lost. So the league we play in, we can't literally play under Jacksonville Christian Academy because the AHSAA won't let us play 8-man football under JCA. So we have to play under the church name. And if you hear the Jacksonville Thunder, that's the same team, same people. But we have to play under the church instead of the school because AHSAA does not literally have a 8-man league. The only reason we're not playing 11-man is because of the size of the school, and we've 17 football players, and that's 7th graders through the 12th grade. 2 of those guys are 7th graders on the team. And when we were playing 11-man ball, we were literally going up against people like Spring Garden, Cedar Bluff, and some Raglan that would bring and dress 35 ball players, and that was just their varsity. They didn't bring their junior high. We were sitting over there with 15, 16 guys, 7 through 12, trying to play in that. So we moved back to play 8-man ball for safety reasons more than anything. We play in a very competitive league, but it's more up to our size, I guess is what you would say.
See if it'll work now. Here we go. Joe Medley with a question.
Think the batter. Oh, there it is. Okay. Obviously, Noah got a lot of attention last year and had a great year. Just how much has he developed from one season to the next, and what do you look out for out of him this year?
He is still improving quite a bit, and he's working hard all the time. In the summer, he's going to camps and everything, and he has got a lot of attention, which he'll only be a 10th grader this year. He's even got SEC attention. South Carolina has actually come up, sat down and talked with me. They're interested in him, and they've had him up there. He had visits to Alabama and Southern Mississippi. Southern Mississippi has shown a lot of interest in him. Auburn has shown some interest in him. But he's just a 10th grader, and of course he's a grandson. And I've told his mother and daddy there's a lot of things that can happen between the 9th grade year and the senior year. Really want to see him do real well and go on, but I want to be very careful about where we go with that too.
All right. Got a question right here.
Coach Miller, you were mentioning and talking about the going from 11-man to 8-man and not playing in the Alabama High School Athletic Association. Tell the story about going and meeting with Steve Savarese and working the details of this out, because to my knowledge, you're the only school ever that has ever done this, where you've been a member of the Athletic Association and but playing football in another league. Is a really unique story. Tell about your meeting with Coach Savarese.
I had 2 meetings with him, and of all the years he was down there, and I respect the man a lot. He would meet with me one-on-one with no witnesses. He trusted me that much. And we had, he never gave me the answer I wanted, ever. But the 2 times that I met with him for an hour each time, trying to get him to promote an 8-man football division, he didn't feel like we could do it, didn't feel like there's enough interest, I guess. And the second time that I met with him on that, he said I could come and talk to the board, and if I wanted to, but he said he didn't think they would go with it. And I said, well, Coach, I know you're a very powerful man. You walk into that board meeting, whatever you say, I feel like it's going to go. So we talked about it for a little bit, and then he just didn't feel like we were ready to do that in HSAA. He did tell me, he said, if your kids want to play, he said, you're under a church covering. I said, yes, sir, we are. He said, well, then get the church to have the team, and they can hire whoever they want to coach. So that's how that's got started. So we play, and the Alabama Football Association, Alabama Christian Football Association, they said that they were good with that as long as everybody on that team was a student at JCA. So that's how that came about. And it's been good for us. It has been real good for us because we're just 17. We had 16 players last year. We got 17 this year. And it would be very unhealthy, I think, to try to play 11-man football with what we've got out there right now. Now, I've got kids just like you're talking about, Noah, kid Travis Barnhill, They could play anywhere in Calhoun County. There's no doubt. But the thing about it is, we've got 4 or 5 other places that we're going to be putting some younger people in. So it makes a big difference.
Coach, I got a quick question or a comment. I know me and you talked earlier in the week when we was finding out who the players you're going to bring, and you got a unique situation where a lot of your players are away at a Christian retreat or conference.
Correct.
Talk about now would be the time to mention a few names of some of those others that may or may not have been here with you today that's going to be leaders this year.
Well, first of all, these two right here, Preston and Leland, these two guys been playing for a while, and they've taken their lumps, and they have really stepped up and worked hard this summer, and they're contending right now. You know, we've already had 3 practices because we've got to play 2 weeks from today, which is another difference. And I've got a few other guys here. We've got some guys that have come in. Nick Brodier has come in from Alexandria. Jesse Gainaway, they moved, and he'll be coming in. I think he was at Pleasant Valley. Caleb Stallings, there's another one that we're counting on. We got a kid named Ethan Compton. It's the same situation these two guys are in. He has really come on. He'll be in the same. These guys will be 10th graders. Ethan will be a 10th grader. He's really come on. These are some of the guys that we plan on stepping up and making a difference. Got a 9th grader named Bryson Dowdy. I think he's got a good chance to come up and make some noise. So those are some guys we're counting on stepping up and filling some shoes for us.
This next question will be for the guys, Preston and Leland. Coming from a small school myself, I've said many times when you're out there and it's July and the humidity is 100% and it's 100 degrees and you're working out, your body doesn't know if you're 6A or a 1A or an 8-man. All it knows is you're about at your breaking point. Tell us a little bit about how workouts have gone and how you've got to this point, because I know y'all play a game, as Coach said, in 2 weeks. Leland, Preston, we'll start with you.
It's going really good. We've really stepped up this season. You know, we've lost a lot of players last year, and it's going really good. You know, it does get hot outside, but we really get in shape, and we're doing good right now.
Leland?
Like Preston and Coach had just said, we've lost a lot of good players, but we're going to try and step up, and what keeps us going is getting to the championship. That's all of us want, and all we ever want is first place.
Question right here.
To Leland and Preston, just what do you take from that experience last year playing in the championship game that you can go forward with this year?
It was a really fun year last year. It was awesome, and we want to carry that into this year, and we want to go back there. And we grew a lot last year, and we plan to carry it into this year too.
Just play harder like we did last year, but a little bit more effort.
Coach, for people that have never been to Tommy Miller Field, talk about what that atmosphere and experience is like for people that come and experience it for the first time.
It is, for such a small place, it does get have a good atmosphere. It does, and that atmosphere goes a long way. As a matter of fact, in the meetings last spring, in our meetings, we were approached with the fact that we were going to have to cut the width of our field down, and I said, look, we addressed this the first meeting I was ever in, and I asked about the size of the field, because some people play on a regular 53-yard wide, some people play on a narrower field. I said, is that a problem? I said, it was unanimous. No was the problem. And, of course, the first conference game we played this year, the third week, the coach of that school said, I wasn't in that meeting. So so I've been told we're going to have to cut the width of our field down. There are things that when people come in there, there is a mental side to it. I mean, I think they're trying to find ways to try to take that edge off of it. But No, I think we can still throw, though. That's the whole reason. Noah threw had a tremendous year. His stats were great last year. I think that's why they're trying to make us cut the field size down.
Preston, how important are linemen in an 8-man game where there's not much running and a whole lot of passing? What's different in your mind about what y'all do?
Well, it's really important, and we have to protect Noah. You know, we got people coming from all angles at us, and we got to keep our head on a swivel all the time and just make sure we protect him all the time while we're out there.
Coach Miller, this one would be for you. Was trying to think earlier, you may be the dean of coaches in the county now. I know Clint Smith been coaching 22 years, and I think you far exceeded that. Many may not know you were as an assistant coach right out of college on the 1977 state championship team at Ohatchee High School. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
How does a guy that's coached and seen it all still want to keep doing what you're doing? Your plate's full. I mean, you got grandkids. You could sit back and go and sit in the stands and watch your grandsons play or granddaughters play volleyball, whatever. But what motivates Tommy Miller to do what he's doing?
I think it's a calling. You know, I thought I'd retire at 55, and I had open heart surgery at 55, and I felt like the Lord was showing me something there. I wasn't going to retire at 55, it's a calling. I don't know if we can ever retire. I might shift positions somewhat. But just like yesterday, I was in my office with a young man that is playing, and we had a conversation about the Lord. I've had to work with him some on academics this summer, and the most important thing is to me is where they're going to be 10 years from now, or maybe even just next year. If they're I tell our congregation all the time, we're all a mess. And if you don't believe that, then you're deceived, because we're all a mess. We all need a Savior. And putting that over to the kids, and if we can just make a difference and get them to see and get them to accept the Lord and to move on, I think it'd make a world of difference, not only in our communities, but in our country where we are right now. So I think that's what keeps me going, is just seeing the difference it makes in some of the kids a few years after they leave.
Final question for the two players. What does it mean to put on that jersey that says JCA, knowing the history that's been before you for years at Jacksonville Christian Academy? Tell us, what does that mean, and how does that motivate you, knowing that who all's played before you? Preston?
It means a lot. I love putting on this jersey and going out there and competing. And I love playing for Jacksonville Christian. And, you know, we've had a lot of championship teams come before us, and it really motivates me to go out there and try to win a championship with my team. And I really love it.
Leland?
It motivates some of us because we would love to be out there and just hit and have a good time and praise the Lord for it. And some of us just want to be out there and put it in other people's faces. But for JCA, we are one of the teams that you can find that will praise the Lord through whatever we do. And we play for him and we praise him. So whatever he wants, we do for him. And we're trying to one-up the next team that we're playing.
Coach, for those of us that don't know, how many games do you have in the regular season of 8-man, and then what do the playoffs look like if you make it?
We've got nine regular season games, and there's only 2 rounds of playoffs. But it's split between your schools and your home school. Homeschoolers there's a lot of homeschool teams people don't know about, and they have a division, they have a playoff. And the Christian schools have their division, and they have playoffs. But we play across the lines. We play each other. So there's a good many 8-man teams, and we will be playing in the division of the schools, which is where we play, and it has a 2-round playoff. You got to be in the top 4 to get in that.
Well, we wish JCA all the luck this fall. Appreciate y'all coming and being a part of Media Days. Coach Miller, let's just close it out with your final thoughts.
Well, I'm happy to be here with these two guys and represent the school and community and the parents and everything. And I appreciate the opportunities y'all gave us to be down here. That's important to us. Our thoughts on this season would be that I actually think we have a chance. It depends on, but we've got some people that have stepped up, and I think if we can just work hard, stay focused, that we would have a chance to get back in the playoffs.
Very good. Thank you so much, JCA, Coach Miller, and the two guys. Good luck to y'all, as we said, this season. Next up on the podium will be Piedmont High School.
Hello everyone, Tony Russell, General Manager of Sonny King Ford. And boy, do we have unbelievable markdown on used cars that you do not want to miss. It's time to make the best deal on a used car. Shop our wide selection of used trucks and premium pre-owned models. Don't wait another day. Come by and see me, Tony Russell, and let's make a custom deal for you. Find great savings on pre-owned used cars at Sonny King Ford on the sunny side of the street, Anniston, Oxford.
So y'all been talking for 6 months now?
Yes, this is my soulmate. I'm so excited.
Well, we're about to go find out.
Why are we at a cemetery?
Well, it seems like you've been drug fished. You've been talking to fentanyl this whole time. I'm so sorry.
Second Chance, serving Calhoun, Cleburne, Etowah, and Talladega counties. Second Chance provides safe shelter and supportive services for domestic and dating violence victims and offers educational outreach to residents of the communities served, empowering victims in their recovery and the public towards intervention in these crimes. If you or someone you know is in an abusive relationship, please have them call and see if we can help. Thank you.
talking is done, man. It's time to come together and change the culture. Let's do the little things right. Let's not worry about what the school board says. You do what you've been coached to do. You do it. Don't worry about everything else. Do your job to 100% because your brother next to you means more than the name on the back of your jersey. You come into our house, you get hit in the mouth. You come in our house, you earn it. Respect ain't given, respect is taken, and we take it tonight. It's prime time, baby.
Closer to 10. I didn't know you did the radio out there. Do you? All right. Really?
All righty, folks. We will continue on. We'd like to welcome to the Cooper Chevrolet stage at the 2023 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day, the Piedmont Bulldogs. Piedmont competes in 3A Region 6. The head coach of the Bulldogs, Coach Jonathan Miller. Today, Coach Miller has brought with him defensive end Chance Murphy, and defensive back Trevor Pike. Coach Miller, we will start with your opening comments, sir.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Calhoun County Quarterback Club for all that you guys do to support and promote high school football primarily in our area. It means a lot to all of us coaches. There's a lot of really, really good players, coaches, schools in this area, so it's nice for everybody to have a chance to get out here and promote their schools. Two guys I brought with me today, Chance Murphy to my left. He's a great young man, great student, really good defensive end for our program, smart player. He's going to get an opportunity to play a little bit on offense as well this year at H-back. Really hard-nosed, tough kid. Has got a chance to play on the next level. Trevor Pike to my right plays in the secondary for us at safety. He's the quarterback of our defense on the back end. Really smart kid, tough, great tackler, everything you want a defensive back. He's a kid that's also going to get a chance maybe to play some different spots. He's a versatile kid, can do a lot of different things, highly skilled guy, so he's going to help us offensively too in a lot of different ways.
We'll open it up. First question, Coach Miller. Not a lot of coaches get the opportunity to move, keep it in the same region and that sort of thing. But tell us a little bit about what opportunities you saw at Piedmont in that community, without saying anything negative about where you were at. But what did you see for you and your family to make this step up the highway to Piedmont at this point in your career?
Well, I think for me, the big thing for me was I felt like I needed maybe a restart, a refresh somewhere else. And, I wouldn't just leave where I was at for any school in this area or any program. Felt like it was an opportunity to continue competing for championships. And that was at this point in my career, that's what, I wanted to be about, and wanted to be at a place that had a chance to win at a high level. So, that's on the surface, that's what attracted me to go after this position. But at the same time, there's a lot of great things about Piedmont. The community's awesome. The kids are great. Very competitive group of kids at the school, and great academics. There's a lot of positives about Piedmont and the community that made this an attractive position.
Jonathan, same question, a little different way. How has life as Piedmont's coach and athletics director been different from what it was at another place?
Well, I think, one benefit for me, I came in April, so Coach Smith was there last couple months of school. He didn't leave until graduation, so I got to pick his brain a lot, and mainly about being, the things he did as athletic director, because he, that's one thing. He did a really, really good job as the athletic director at Piedmont for a number of years. So that was maybe the part of the job that has, I guess for me, had the biggest learning curve. Him being there was beneficial. He's been great to me over the years, and obviously that continued once I got the job. He was there and answered every question I had, and was always eager to help, and with anything that I asked him. So I think for me that has been a big help.
This question's for Coach and the players. Coach, when you left Sachs, you had broke records, you had won games. I truly believe at some point something at Sachs will be named after you. I know you're starting your first year at Piedmont, but when your coaching career is said and done, what impact will you have wanted to leave at Piedmont? And then players, when your career is done at the end of the season, or Chance, Trevor, what do you want your legacy to have been at Piedmont?
I think for coaches, a lot of times, or most of the time, we're judged on wins and losses, but really what it's about is the relationships with kids. That's one thing that, as far as kids that play for me, I want them to be able to pick up the phone and call me at any point in their life, or, when they need something or whatever. I want to have that type of relationship with my players. So that's something that I, over the years at Sachs, I think, I definitely had that with those guys, and something that look forward to continue at Piedmont.
As far as like what I want to leave on the program, I just want to be known as a person who worked extra hard and made his teammates better.
No, I just want to be known for my leadership and help the younger people coming up after me get better.
Chance, can you talk about your opportunity of being able to play on the offense? And Coach, can you also just talk about what went in that decision? Was it his choice or was it something that you saw in him?
It's an opportunity I haven't had because I've only been used to playing one way, so it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, we're gonna kind of mix and match a little bit and use some guys on both sides of the ball that we think can help us. I think maybe Chance played a little bit at tight end at times last year, but we'll probably use him a little bit more at H-back tight end type roles. And, we just want to use our guys' skill sets, the same way with Trevor. Trevor's a guy that's got some speed, and, we want to be able to use that on the offensive side as well.
Coach, you were at Sacs for 22 years, and people call you the veteran coach. What is your main focus with Piedmont with their football team? What do you think is their main focus and their goal? And then players, how have you liked the experience with Coach Miller?
Well, I think I'm at the point in my career where I'm trying to win a championship, just to be honest. And it was that way, my last few years at Sacs. That was kind of our goal going into the season. Region titles are nice, beating your rivals, all that kind of thing. That's nice. But, we want to be about winning championships, and that's something that they've been about, 5 in the last 17 years. So, yeah, it's the same thing we told them on the first day that I met the team is, I wanted them to know that, new coach, but expectations are the same. We want to compete for championships.
My experience with Miller has really just been, I just enjoy, he really wants to win. I can tell that already, and he's real laid back. He's down to earth with everybody.
My experience with him, he's a great coach. I look forward to playing for him and hopefully winning another state championship.
To Chance and Trevor, it's kind of the same question, different way. Just how is he different from the personality that you're used to running that program?
He's laid back a little bit more. He's not honest all the time unless he just really needs to be. He's trying to fix something, then he'll get honest. But he's laid back.
Yeah, he's laid back, and if he don't like something, he's gonna fix it. So he's just really laid back.
Jonathan, everybody knows Steve left, but also James left, the defensive coordinator. Tell us a little bit about your new staff and how all that's progressing.
Well, we really have a lot of guys that are, still on staff from last year. Coach Bedwell, Coach Glover, Coach Walker, Coach Pruitt are all guys that have been at Piedmont a long time, and they're guys that I have really leaned on. They've helped me tremendously, and they're outstanding ambassadors for the Piedmont football program. So, I really, they've made my life a whole lot easier. Let's just say that. So, I'll be forever grateful to those guys for how they've handled the transition and the great job. They do a great job coaching our kids too. That's the most important thing. So, I think, we're just going to hopefully continue the tradition, and those guys know how to win too, so they've been a part of a lot of state championships themselves, and they know how to get the job done.
Coach, you're used to playing a tough schedule. I mean, you had been in this region basically for the past however many years, and then you booked B.B. Comer last year as a non-region game, Ohatchee, and then you come to Piedmont, you got Cherokee County, Anniston, Sylacauga, then you got your region week after week. Just talk about your schedule.
Probably the toughest schedule I've played. or been a part of, and we've been a part of a lot of pretty good ones. So, I think our team has to understand that there's going to be some growing pains. There's growing pains with every team, regardless of your schedule or, whatever. You go through things every year. But, for us, we've got to get through the season, get in the playoffs, and be playing our best ball in November. That's going to be my message to our team. There's going to be some bumps along the way, but we've got to stay together, and we got to understand that going in. There's a lot of maybe some, new things we're doing offensively or defensively, or, just general newness, and then you add to that the tough schedule. So we've got to get through the season, get in the playoffs. We're going to be battle tested, and then be playing our best football in November and make a run at it.
Trevor, can you talk about what you see in the secondary and kind of some guys to look out for?
It's a bunch of new guys up there, a bunch of young guys. I really expect the same that it's always been. Guys just locking other people down and doing their job.
Chance, in your mind, what do you have to do to win it all this year?
Well, we just got to have some leaders, and then just people just buy in and just be able to do their jobs and just worry about doing their jobs. And then that's all we need.
Trevor, I'll ask you the same question. What do y'all have to do to win it all this time?
Just keep working hard, do your job, pick each other up, never get down on yourself, and we can work together as a team. We'll be just all right. Be back playing for Blue Map.
Trevor and Chance, is for both of you. What an honor, number one, to be invited to Media Day. I mean, there's probably, if you're realistic, there's probably 7 or 8, maybe 9 guys that Coach could have picked, and he chose you too. What do you think a year from now you'll look back and see? What do you think about this honor of being asked to come here today?
I'm really glad I was able to come. It shows that he thinks I'm a great leader for the team, and I represent the team well.
Yeah, there were several guys he could have picked, like more inside linebackers, or D-line, some people on offense. But it's just a great honor. Just pick me for my leadership. Hope he picked me for my leadership and stuff like that.
Jonathan, tell us a little bit about what the quarterback situation looks like. It's a question nobody's had to ask for Piedmont for the past 4 years.
We've got a young man who will be a junior, Cole Wilson, will be our quarterback. He's a talented kid. He's a guy that he's not the between the tackles runner that Jack Hayes was. There's those guys at the quarterback position are few and far between. He's a capable runner, but he's a guy that can make every throw, and that's kind of the area where he excels, is throwing the football. So I think the big thing for us and the good thing for Cole is he does have he's got weapons. So he's just got to manage the game for us, make good decisions, and I think he'll have a big year.
We kind of get complacent at times seeing, Coach Saban at Alabama over the years and then Steve Smith, but it's a new day, new philosophy. For the players, what is the one thing you take away that may be different now than what it was last year in a positive way?
There's really not that much different, honestly. It's everything. He's keeping everything the same, making everybody work hard, and that's about it.
Yeah, what Trevor said.
All right, we appreciate you being here, Coach. We'll let you give us your final thoughts, and we'll wrap up this Media Day 2023 and wish Piedmont the best of luck this fall. Tell us your final thoughts.
Well, normally I would say that this event, kind of lets you know that football season's here, but I think for me, I felt like that 2 or 3 weeks ago for whatever reason. It's just, I don't know where the summer's been or went, but, I'm excited about the season. I think our team's excited. A lot of guys, with us losing so many starters, I think there's a lot of guys that are going to have opportunities to make plays maybe that they have not had the chances before, just, due to being behind older guys. So a lot of excitement. I think our guys are ready for the season, and, you know, we're definitely ready to get started on Monday.
Very good. Good luck to the Piedmont Bulldogs, and thank you to our media partners once again for making this day such a huge success. We'll see you next year on the last Friday in July. Thank you.
It's done, man. It's time to come together and change the culture. Let's do the little things right. Let's not worry about what the school board says. You do what you've been coached to do. You do it. Don't worry about everything else. Do your job to 100% because your brother next to you means more than the name on the back of your jersey. You come into our house, you get hit in the mouth. You come into our house, you earn it. Respect ain't given. Respect is taken, and we take it tonight.